family. I thought about when I saw that bullet wound him, how many times people, I saw my friend Aveda King, how many times in the Oval Office, before we would leave, the President of the United States, Donald Trump, would say, would you all lay your hands on me and pray for me? Somebody asked me, do you think he's a prayerful man? I don't know. But I know he puts a lot of people around him in every position that he has that do a lot of praying. And that matters. That matters. How many of you believe in the power of prayer this afternoon? If my people, which are called by my name, say we're that people, will humble themselves and pray, we'll hear from heaven. God will heal our land. Let us pray. Father, we come to you today in the mighty name of Jesus. We thank you for President Donald Trump. We thank you that he's alive. We thank you that it was your grace and your hand of protection that kept him. And you kept him because you have a purpose for him. And Lord, we just pray right now that you would touch and strengthen him and his family. Keep them in the hollow of your hand. Lord, we just pray that you would bless this nation and you would send revival from the East Coast to the West Coast. That we would see our schools turned around, our nation turned around. We would see young people, Lord, get involved. I pray for pastors to take the pulpits and be leaders and help rebuild the culture of America. Lord, I pray for boldness and courage to come on people, good American people who love God and who love this nation. Help us, Lord. Help us to have conviction to get out and vote, to get registered to vote. This is a spiritual battle, but it's also a natural battle. And if we'll do our part, you'll do your part, Lord. And so we're calling on you. And the Lord bless and keep us. Make your face shine on us. Be gracious unto us, America. Lift up your countenance upon us and give us peace and your blessing. In Jesus' name we pray. Everybody said, amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome State Agriculture Commissioner Tyler Harper to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Hello, Georgia. Who's ready to send Donald Trump to the White House on November 5th? I don't know about y'all, but I'm pretty dang fired up. We got a lot of work to do in these next less than 100 days to make sure we take back the White House, we take back America, we take it back down the path.
Make it this quick.
The train's going down the wrong track, folks, and it's time to put the train back on the right path. With your help, we can make that happen in November. The times I've been with the president and the times I've had the opportunity to host Don Jr. on our family farm in South Georgia, I know the heart and soul and the passion that they have for America. Not only that, as your ag commissioner, I know the heart and soul they have for our nation's backbone, which is agriculture. And right now we have an administration that doesn't believe in the power of agriculture, that doesn't believe in the power of the people, that doesn't believe in our ability to govern ourselves. Donald Trump and J.D. Vance and the Trump White House will turn that around and we'll send it back in the right direction. We won't have illegals crossing the border. We'll ensure that America stands strong. America First agenda will always rule, and we'll ensure that our country heads down the right path, a God-fearing path, a path back to prosperity. Earlier this week, there was a message in this same building. A message from a Democratic Party that I consider pretty undemocratic right now. They don't know where we need to go. They don't support our men and women in arms. They don't support our men and women in blue, but I can tell you who does. The President, Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, they support our men and women in arms. They said the 13 names at the Republican National Convention, and I was honored to be in that crowd to hear those 13 names read out, because this administration has never said the names of the 13 that were killed in Afghanistan. This
camera, and I'll shout as loud as I can for your question for you, okay?
That we have, whether they are in law enforcement, they're EMTs,
Go up against that
they're in
wall.
our prison
Yes.
systems protecting us from those
Yeah,
who
move
have
that. That's
dangerous
fine, yeah.
wrongs, or they're
Thank
in
you.
our men and women that are in our military. And if you serve in any
Better.
of those capacities, thank you. And so right now, I want you to join me as we honor the flag that they all stood to represent, that they all have bled for, that they have fought for, that we owe them everything for. The flag that represents our future, our freedom, our America, our ability to continue to move down the right path. So if you'll join me in honoring the flag of our nation in our Pledge of Allegiance. Y'all join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. God bless you. God bless America. Let's go to a fight. Let's win in November. Y'all keep plowing. I'm going to plow with you. Good to have you. Good to be here. Good to see you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Hannah Harding to sing our national anthem.
Thank y'all for being here. Are we ready, Georgia, to vote for Donald J. Trump in November for our next President of the United States of America? Please join me as we sing our national anthem. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Trump Force 47 Captain Courtney Nichols.
Ladies and gentlemen, friends and fellow patriots, let me start by saying that I don't have a teleprompter, well, kind of my app on my phone, but today I stand before you not just as a proud member of the Trump Force 47 program, but as a mother, a friend, and a neighbor who deeply cares about the future of our children. My name is Courtney Nichols. and I'm honored to serve as the Secretary for the Federated Republican Women of Fulton County and a Trump Force 47 captain. Yes. I want to talk to you about something that goes beyond politics. It's about our families and the world we want to create for our children. As a mother, I often find myself thinking about the future and the kind of country my daughter will inherit. This election is not just another event on the calendar. It is a pivotal moment for all of us. It's about ensuring that our children grow up in a safe environment where freedom is cherished and respected. This is the most important election of our lifetime, and it's our responsibility to take action. Becoming a Trump captain is a commitment, but it doesn't have to consume your life. A few hours a day spent knocking on doors, making phone calls, delivering yard signs, or even hosting a gathering at your home can make a significant impact. I promise you those few hours are nothing compared to the future we can build together. Let's take a moment to reflect on the current situation. It's hard to believe that it has become acceptable for millions to cross our borders illegally, right? No consequences, they're just being let in. They're being provided cell phones, prepaid cards, hotel rooms. If we don't take a stand, we risk losing these individuals and they gain voting rights, our voting rights. As an American, this should make you furious. We're talking about hard-earned tax dollars being used for people who aren't here even legally. And let's not forget the heartbreaking statistics of fentanyl deaths, the violence against our children, and the attacks on our law enforcement. It's overwhelming, and it's our job to put a stop to it. When I find myself feeling overwhelmed or worried about the state of the world, I think of President Trump. I think of the challenges he's faced, the sham charges, the relentless media attacks, and the attempted assassination. So we have a job to get out there and do our part for President Trump. I want you to raise your phones, and there's a QR code to join the Trump Force 47. So click that and join us. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage founder of Conserve the Culture, Michaela Montgomery.
Sun coming up over New York City. School bus driver.
Woo!
In a traffic jam.
I'm so happy you all came out to see me. So, my name is Michaela Montgomery. A lot of you guys know me as the girl from Chick-fil-A, but I am so much more than that. Not only do I serve as the CEO of Conserve the Culture, I am also the state director for Blexit down here in Georgia. I'm a Fulton County coordinator for America First Works, and I'm also launching a podcast on the Patriots Prayer Network, so put some respect on my name. Now, why don't we jump right into it? See, as a young single mother, I can tell y'all that rent is too damn high. I can tell you that as a young black voter, groceries are too damn high. And as an American citizen, period, Seniors like my parents should never have to choose between medicine or food. It should never be the quality of life versus the quantity of life. And I don't want to hear, oh, but we capped the price of insulin and lowered the price of all these medicines. Yeah, but you raised the price of everything else, so it's about time to start telling the truth to Americans and let them know exactly what they're signing up for if they want to vote for Kamala Harris. We need to vote based on facts and not feelings. See, under Harris and Biden, the average Georgia household is losing $1,060 per month, and inflation is at 21.4%. And due to the war on energy, average gas prices have reached record highs for the state. We also did a poll, and 80% of us Black Americans are not happy with the current state of the economy, so I'm going to need 80% of y'all to vote accordingly in November. They love me, they really love me. The left wants you to get in your feelings about things that have been said, but I want you guys to pay attention to what has been done. They don't want to talk policy. They just want to use propaganda to steal your vote. The left is trying to tout this woman as a savior for the Black community, but all she's done is hurt the Black community since she came into the game. See, the first step in destroying the Black community is to dismantle the Black family. So aside from her record as a prosecutor, why don't we ask Mrs. Willie Brown if Kamala Harris cares about Black families? I wonder if Mrs. Willie Brown, a Black woman, is also with her. A few days ago, President Trump said he didn't know Vice President Harris was a Black woman. I'm trying to figure out what all the outrage is about because she's only Black when it's time to get elected. Did I lie? The same Black people who are mad at Trump for being confused about her race, ethnicity, nationality, whatever, are seemingly forgetting that while you're touting her as a savior for Black people, she identifies as an Asian woman. She chose her side and it wasn't ours. When asked if she would ever do anything specifically for Black people, she said no. Whereas Trump gave us the Platinum Plan, which specifically uplifted the Black community by increasing capital by almost $500 billion, creating 500,000 new Black businesses, and would give Black churches the ability to fight for federal resources for their communities. And why are we acting like strong borders aren't a thing literally everywhere else in the world? Since when has being patriotic been a crime? See, a few weeks ago at the debate, Trump mentioned Black jobs. And a lot of people got in an uproar as if they didn't know what he meant. Well, we go to the polls and cast our Black vote. We go to the stores and spend our Black dollar. We live in our Black community, but for whatever reason, we draw the line at a Black job. Oh, but wait, because if you're wondering what a Black job is, please, I encourage you all to drive through Atlanta at all these beautiful Black-owned businesses and check and see who works there. Probably a Black person working for a Black entrepreneur, recycling the Black dollar, creating Black generational wealth. If they come here illegally and they're taking your jobs and your resources, then please believe my cousins in the Appalachians, they're coming for you too. And y'all know Kamala Harris has yet to say Laken Riley's name. As borders are, she opened the border to millions of illegal immigrants that have flooded American streets with deadly drugs and gangs that have spiked overdoses by over 124% and brought more crime into minority communities. So how's that for Black folks? But let's take race out of it. Just as a woman, period, how can you be a champion for women's rights when you're taking away opportunities from biological women and giving them to transgendered ones? I'll wait, y'all, because I wasn't done. See, how can you promote equity for women and you're allowing men to play in women's sports? And what kind of feminists would still allow men to enter their sacred spaces, i.e. our bathrooms and school locker rooms? Do I even need to mention the opening ceremony at the Olympics? Or the fact that Angela Carini was forced to fight a man and told us that she's never been punched so hard in her life. We cannot allow dangerous liberals who think things like this are okay into the White House, because my daughter will not be fighting a man at her wrestling match. And what I think both men and women can agree on is that national security is important. So who would y'all rather see lead us into war if it were so to happen? My silk-pressed sister Kamala or the big dog Donald Trump? And lastly, I could not get up here without mentioning my farmers, the backbone of this country. And aside from the Biden-Harris administration hurting you guys in ways we can't even comprehend by the rising cost of everything, Black farmers suffered even more due to the delays associated with the Inflation Reduction Act signed in 2022. Now, don't let the Biden-Harris administration fool you, because they waited until the 9th hour to sign off on disbursements as a last-minute attempt to garner support. But why would they hurt the agricultural industry? Probably because they're looking forward to making more money in the pharmaceutical one. And speaking of pharmaceuticals, because I promise I'm gonna wrap this up, when they bring up abortion and they talk about protecting your medical freedoms, don't be afraid to mention COVID. The Biden-Harris administration forced Americans to take an experimental vaccine and took away their jobs, their livelihoods, and their freedoms if they refused. Trump gave us a choice and Biden gave us a mandate. Hey, y'all, because I'm about to kill him with this one. So the next time the left wants to tell you that, hey, abortion is a right and you need to protect your medical freedoms, remember that they took those freedoms away from men and women the second they got in office, and there's nothing stopping them from doing it again. Clock it. So lastly, again, I'm going to encourage you all to vote based on the facts and not feelings. Oh, he made me feel so bad when he said that. Okay, but they hurt your families when they sent all your tax dollars overseas. Oh, it hurts my feelings when he acts like that. Okay, but it hurts all of us when you see an administration failing their country that they were elected to represent. In which case, I'm going to leave y'all with, hey, mama, daddy, I made it. And my baby girl, Amaya, is somewhere in here, so we can all say, hey, Amaya, in unison, because she's the real superstar, y'all. But I'm going to go ahead and let y'all get riled up and ready for Big T himself. Thank you guys for having me. I look forward to seeing you all.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, Avian Abru.
Let freedom ring, let the white dove sing, let the whole world know that today is a day of reckoning. Let the weak be strong, let the right be wrong.
Hi everyone, I'm Avian Abru, and before I get started, I want to take a moment to thank Trump and all of his members of his campaign for seeking out brave Americans across this country to share our stories with you. However, there's no one braver than Trump himself. The moment he announced his candidacy, they tried to silence him. They even tried to kill him. And as recently as a few weeks ago, they even tried to kill him in our own country. That should scare you. So when we got a call to stand alongside one of my biggest heroes as he takes on the establishment to fight on for all of our rights, of course, I was determined to be here and show my unwavering support. As a daughter of a veteran who's in the crowd today, who served in the U.S. Army, I grew up having an immense sense of pride in our country. And although we're a family of immigrants from the beautiful island of Haiti, our family migrated to the United States of America in search for the American dream. I speak to you today as a concerned American, but most importantly, as a mother of 2 homegrown Georgians, because I believe in the American dream, even though it's slipping away for so many. As a small business owner and real estate advisor for Atlanta Fine Homes, Sotheby's International Realty, I advise clients at all different price points on how to manage their real estate portfolios and build wealth through real estate. However, the dream of owning a home for many under the age of 40 is also fading away, as interest rates at their peak under Biden have soared to 7.5%, which is a stark contrast to the interest rates under Trump at 2.75 at their lowest. So what does that actually mean to all of you? That means when you go home, prices for your homes have risen about 60%. That means about $1,100 extra a month you have to pay for a house. So kiss Disney goodbye, because of course you can't afford to save for that on average under Biden. Unfortunately, under Biden and Harris, because Lord knows she's running too, under the Biden-Harris administration, households are stretching themselves thin just to provide for basic necessities for their family. I've literally watched the American dream disappear for millions within a matter of 1 year when Joe Biden and Kamala Harris stepped into office. Not only did Trump leave them with inflation at 1.2%, and I just want to make sure we emphasize, inflation when he left was 1.2%. Don't let the media try to confuse you or rewrite history, because they're doing enough of that as it is. But it was 1.2%. At the height, under Biden, it was 9%. Why did this happen? Reckless spending. You cannot go to Congress and spend money we do not have on foreign wars, point blank and period. Meanwhile, every day, Americans watch their savings dwindled while paying nearly double on gas, groceries, rent, and housing. To taper the cost of skyrocketing gas prices, the Harris-Biden administration had the bright idea to sell off half of our strategic petroleum reserves, leaving it at the lowest level since 1980. So what does that mean? What does that mean to you? If the country is under attack and we need strategic petroleum reserves, meaning emergency gas, half of it is gone. Under Trump, we had energy independence. We do not have that under Biden and Harris administration. So let's think about it right here. Friends, there seems to be a common theme in the Biden-Harris White House. And if we do not do our job this November to get everyone we know to the polls to elect Donald Trump, we will continue to see the failed policies of the Joe Biden, Kamala Harris administration destroy our country. And even she's more liberal than he is. So just keep in mind, when she continues his agenda, it will be way worse. During that administration, over 11 million illegal aliens or immigrants or migrants, whatever they want to call it now, but they were illegal when they came in. They crossed our southern border. I'm going to take a moment to just explain my story. I am proud to be a Haitian American immigrant. I will tell you this now, there's no other country I'm happier to live in being the United States of America, okay? But let me also tell you, When I was 12 years old, I had to watch my father come home with shards of glass and blood dripping down his face from 9/11. We were there. I don't want to be there or hear about another terrorist attack on our soil that could be prevented. When you allow 11 million undocumented people to walk across our border, you are allowing an attack to happen. It's common sense. How could you ever fathom allowing someone to even run for office who doesn't want to even enforce our laws, who doesn't think it's important to even visit our border? How is it possible that she makes a joke on the news media saying, "Why are you asking me about visiting the border? I haven't even gone to places in Europe." Well, newsflash, you're running for President of the United States of America. Take your time and get to learn these 50 states, as many of us have. I know I have to wrap it up because I can go ahead and go on a sermon for you guys tonight. But I definitely find it very peculiar that Kamala Harris, who was named as the border czar, who, again, they're erasing this in our online presence. They're erasing that from the White House government official records. But let it be known, she was called the border czar. She failed to do her job and protect our borders. She's not even visited the border. So let me be very clear. If we don't round up everyone we know in November, not only is housing going to be unaffordable and unattainable for the majority of millennials, Gen X's, also will food costs continue to skyrocket. We're heading towards a recession. I want you to be clear. There is no one other than Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance I would honestly support in this election. It's not about race. It's not about being a woman. I have 2 beautiful black children I'm raising. And as a Christian woman in America that sends my children to Christian private school because I'm afraid of what will be taught to my sons, this is not the American dream that we all envision for our families. We as Americans need to tell our elected officials enough is enough. Protect our rights. Protect our freedoms. And as I just want to make it clear, I believe Donald Trump is going to make our economy strong again. As we teeter on yet another recession, I believe he's going to make our country safe again by securing our border. And of course, I believe he's going to make America great again. So to my MAGA, and I am one of them, I'm a MAGA Republican just like all of you, okay? To my MAGA friends, my amazing log cabin Republicans, I leave you with this. We should never stop fighting for justice and civil liberties for all. These United States are only as strong as the bond that unites us all. Our love for country is that bond. Don't allow those that may not understand our conservative, Christian values to cause you to walk in silence. Instead, be bold, be brave, and be their guiding light. Amen.
Let freedom ring. Let the white dove sing. Let the whole world know that today is the day of a reckoning. Let the weak be strong. Let the right be wrong.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage former Senator David Perdue.
Guys, I got great news for you today. If we do our job, the next president of the United States is going to be Donald J. Trump. When Donald Trump got elected in 2017, this country was a mess. The world was very dangerous. I was blessed to be invited to the White House 2 weeks after he was inaugurated to set the agenda for those first 4 years. He laid it out very succinctly. There were only 8 people in the room. He said, we're going to work on the economy, energy, taxes, in this little known bill called Dodd-Frank, and save our community banks. Well, guess what? He created the best economic turnaround in our history, y'all. He helped 6.5 million people pull themselves out of poverty. We became energy independent, for goodness sake. And you know what? He made our borders secure. He stood up to China. He stared down Kim Jong-un. He sanctioned Putin. He told NATO, pay up or we're out. He got us out of that insane Paris Climate Accord that had us paying trillions of dollars unnecessarily. And most of all, he got us out of that insane Iran nuclear deal. But most of all, he stood up for our #1 ally. And after 3 presidents would not do it, he moved the U.S. Embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. I didn't come here to tell you how good the next 4 years are going to be. If I have to do that, I've come to the wrong meeting, y'all. I'm a native Georgian. I know what 75 looks like on Friday afternoon. But I'm here to tell you, if we don't do our job, President Trump is not going to get reelected. Here's what we have to do. We have to vote. You can't come to these meetings and not vote. You got to vote. You'll be surprised how many people sit in church with you and they're not registered. Oh, I've heard the stories. Oh, I don't want jury duty. I don't want the federal government to find me. Guess what, Bubba? They already know where you are. If you don't like government, elect Kamala and then watch what happens. We're not going to let that happen. I promised Donald Trump recently that we would get more volunteers than we've ever had in the state of Georgia. So in addition to voting, you've got to sign up and work. We can't win without you. Tonight, right now, some of you signed up on the way in. Many of you did not. I promised the president 1,000 volunteers today. When you leave, you'll see the tables out there. I'm not kidding. If you want to stop the cheat, you got to help us. I feel more confident now about that than I ever have, but we're not done, and we cannot do it without you. President Trump is doing his part. Now, by George, it's our time to do our part. In closing, I want to tell you one thing. Ronald Reagan reminded us that freedom is not to be taken for granted, y'all. We have to fight for it. You saw President Trump's true character in Pennsylvania. The bullet had just missed him, and he stood up and said what? Fight! Fight! Well, here's what you got to do. That's an idle word unless you vote and volunteer. It's idle unless you do that. When I left the United States Senate under uncertain terms in January of 2021, a newfound friend of mine gave me a Bible. I look at it every day. In the back of that Bible, he penned the following words. If you know these words and you'll recognize them, say them with me. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I'll not forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I'll gladly stand up with you today and fight for her still today, because there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. Thank you for being here. God bless you. God bless Georgia, and God bless Donald Trump. God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the next congressman from Georgia's 3rd Congressional District, Brian Jack.
Well, I was raised up beneath the shade of a Georgia pine, and that's home, you know. Sweet tea, pecan pie, and homemade wine, where the peaches grow. And my house is not much to talk.
Thank you all very much. My name is Brian Jack. I am from Fayette County, Georgia. And I have had the privilege of spending the last 8 years of my life working for the greatest president of our lifetime, President Donald J. Trump. With the support of many of y'all in this arena and the endorsement of President Trump, inarguably the most powerful endorsement in the history of American politics, I stand before you today as the Republican nominee for Georgia's 3rd Congressional District. And since the media and some in the media and the radical left over and over lie and smear President Trump's name, I thought I would share a little bit about the President Trump for whom I've worked for 8 years, the President Trump that I know. Back before he ran for president in the 1980s, there was a family farm in Burke County, Georgia. I don't know if anybody from Burke County is here. Y'all know this story. But in the 1980s, there was a family farm in Burke County, Georgia that was about to face foreclosure. Tragedy had befallen this family, and a widow was at risk of losing everything she and her family had. The local community was outraged, and it became a national story, and it came across the desk of a certain New York City businessman named Donald J. Trump. The widow's phone rang, and on the other end of the phone was none other than our great president, Donald J. Trump. And I want to tell you what he did. He said, though I've never met you, I'm moved by your story. I want to fix this problem for you. So he went out, he raised $100,000 to take this lady back into the black and ensure that she was able to provide for her family and ensure that house was not going to be foreclosed upon. That is the President Trump that I know, and that is the man we must re-elect. You fast forward a little bit, in 2017, just after his historic election inauguration, in April of 2017, many of us may remember the I-85 bridge collapse just up the road. And thanks to the brave first responders, not one life was lost in that tragedy. I was working at the White House at the time, and I talked to President Trump about it. And he looked at me and said, let's get those heroes to the White House. So what should have been a routine 15-minute photo opportunity with the brave first responders from the Atlanta Police Department, Atlanta Fire Rescue Department, and Georgia State Patrol, what should have been a 15-minute photo opportunity turned into a 2-day celebration from the Roosevelt Room to the Oval Office, and President Trump opened the White House bowling alley and bought way too many pizzas for us to count, for all of us to enjoy. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the President Trump that I know, and that is the man we must re-elect. And just 3 weeks ago today, a monster tried to take the life away from President Trump. But the first thing he did was get back to the podium and reassure the thousands of people in attendance and the millions of people watching that not only was he okay, but that we must fight, fight, fight. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the President Trump we know, and that is the man we must re-elect. We are inspired by President Trump's message, and we're motivated to win, but we have got to turn out to vote. In our primary election, our state's primary election, this past May, just a few months ago, Republican turnout in our state was 11%. In my runoff election, Republican turnout was 8%. And in our last presidential election for president, turnout across our state was 67%. We have got to do better. When you think about that, 67%. So if you're in line at Publix or if you're at Chick-fil-A right before that breakfast window closes and there are 10 people ahead of you, 3 of them did not vote. So our call to action when we leave this rally today should be very clear. Go home, pull up your phone book, message your friends and family. Ask them, are you registered to vote? Because if you're not registered to vote, we've got to make sure you are before October. And if you are registered to vote, make sure that you have a plan to get out and vote early when it opens and vote out on election day if that's your preference. Because, ladies and gentlemen, Donald Trump took a bullet for us. The least we can do is get out and vote for him. My name is Brian Jack. I'm the Republican nominee for Georgia's 3rd Congressional District, and I look forward to working with each and every one of you to ensure that J.D. Vance is our next vice president and Donald J. Trump is the 47th president of the United States of America. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Well, I was raised up beneath the shade of a Georgia pine, and that's home, you know, sweet tea, pecan pie, and homemade wine, where the peaches grow. And my house is not much to talk.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Congressman Mike Collins.
I'm still standing better than I ever did, looking like a true survivor, feeling like a little kid. And I'm still standing after all this time, picking up the pieces of my life without you on my mind.
Man, hello, Georgia! Holy cow, what a crowd. Man, I tell you what, it is great to see so many beautiful Trump supporters packing this place out. Now, you know, the media made such a big deal about the twerk concert that went on earlier this week. Yeah, they said we'd be real nervous about packing this joint out. So I told the campaign, y'all, I did. I told the campaign, I said, I can get out there and twerk for these folks. They said, not only do we not need you to twerk, but let me tell you something. Donald Trump has never needed a gimmick to draw a crowd. Trump. Y'all, I am Congressman Mike Collins. I'm just a good old boy that's made a living in the trucking business. There we go. We got some truckers in this crowd today. Thank you for what you do. Like Trump, I spent the majority of my career in the private sector until getting elected to Congress just this past time. But what I want to tell you is, I'm proud of something, y'all. Way back in 2016, before Trump was a nominee, by God, I jumped on that Trump train. I bought me a ticket on the Trump train, and I've been shoveling coal ever since. And y'all, man, after 9 years and one heck of a ride, you couldn't drag me off this train for the next 94 days. I don't care what you do. And if I need to, I'm going to get out there and push this thing across the line in first place, and I'm going to need you to be standing right there with me. So, do not, under any circumstances, let anything get between you and getting your vote counted. Go vote early. If you got a vote absentee, get it in early. Do not wait, y'all. I don't care if you're a long-haul trucker, a long-distance runner, or an all-night hunter. You make sure you go vote, you get that ballot in, you get it mailed in way before the deadline. We need you on this. Now listen to me, y'all. I know we got problems at the post office.
We do. I've been over there trying to help improve that thing. And I'm going to tell you something else. I like my mail carrier. But every once in a while, that management and them bureaucrats up there, y'all, they need to see what a size 12 boot looks like. And let's talk about some problems. Because, boy, I tell you what, Kamala Harris, man, that woman's a mess. The world is blowing up. Our country's going down the toilet. And, y'all, she makes Joe Biden look like a steady hand at the wheel. You know, Kamala Harris is like the Stacey Abrams of California. And here's what's so ironic. Stacey Abrams is the Kamala Harris of California also. And if all that don't make sense, here's all you got to remember. Georgia didn't want Stacey, and we don't want Kamala. There we go. Y'all, our country's been screaming to get back to the number one thing Donald Trump said you never get tired of, winning. That's right. Buying cars, going on vacation, buying houses. Y'all, every American, black, brown, white, 2 college degrees, no college degrees, Donald Trump's economy lifted all boats. Everybody was doing better then. Let me ask you something. If you're under the age of 35 trying to buy your first house, man, it's terrible out there. It's a mess. I don't know what's harder, figuring out who left the cocaine in the White House or getting a mortgage under 7.5%. And y'all, here's the thing now. The other side, they're not going to run on issues. With liberal policies like Kamala Harris and Joe Biden have, you can't. But this is what they are going to do. They're going to run on lies, smears, hate. The media and the left, they've spent 10 years trying to brainwash the American people into hating Donald Trump. A man, y'all, that literally took a bullet for this country. We do. And I'm going to tell you something. Trump's not running against Kamala Harris. And it won't matter how many times they change the nominee through this little soft coup process. It's not an election. It wasn't an election. As a matter of fact, I think we ought to change your name to the Undemocratic Party. Y'all, Trump's running against the regime, y'all. That's right. A socialistic, big government, control everything about you, power-hungry, woke regime. They hate him. But y'all, Trump loves you. Now, y'all, real quick, I got to say something about my buddy, JD. I was trying to get JD to let me write a sequel. I was going to call it the Redneck Elegy. But I was told there was already a movie made like that. It's called Smokey and the Bandit. No, I'm kidding. Listen, JD was a bold pick and a fantastic addition to this ticket. I've had the opportunity to work with JD some in Congress on the Hill, and this guy is a sharp tactician, America First policy. He can help push that policy on the Hill, and we're going to need him come January 1st next year. Now, let's talk about Congress for a second, real quick. Congress, y'all, is made up with around 65% of the time is up. Republican conference is made up of about 65% of America First Republicans. That's why I'm going to spend my time between now and November out there growing that majority. That's right. So when we get our captain back on the ship, he's going to have the largest majority of America First members in Congress that we have ever had. Y'all, we're going to do some things. We're going to secure that border. We are going to stop American families from losing sons and daughters to these illegal, that's right, illegal aliens that are out there invading our country. We're going to stop the gangs. We're going to stop the fentanyl. We're going to stop the sex trafficking. Everything that these outside invaders are doing to destroy America, we're going to stop the destruction of this country. We put Donald Trump and J.D. Vance in the White House, and we have a Congress that is actually going to have his back this time. Now, I got to hurry, but I got one more thing I want to say. I was very proud to sponsor the Lake and Riley Act. You know, we dropped that bill on a Friday, got it out of rules on Tuesday, and we passed that thing through the House on Thursday. And y'all, we had 37 Democrats go with us on that bill. That's how freaking bad that border is down there. But our border czar, Kamala Harris, stood right here, y'all, earlier this week. And y'all, she never even mentioned her name. Never mentioned her. That's a disgrace. Let me tell you something. If Kamala Harris really wanted to win Georgia, she'd get right over there and she'd tell those 2 U.S. Senators, Warnock and Ossoff, to get off their butt, pass this common sense legislation out of the Senate. Now, here's the last words, I promise. Last words. Y'all, I was there in 2016. Man, whew, I could feel the energy. You could feel it. And I've been out there with Trump, Iowa, New Hampshire, South Carolina, doing whatever we can to make sure that Donald Trump gets back in that White House. And I want to tell y'all something. Freaking lines are longer this time. The crowds are larger this time. Y'all, we have learned our lesson. We are back with a vengeance. We're going to win, and we're going to take our country back.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Georgia. This is home sweet home. This is home. I love you. I love every single one of you. I tell you what, this feels like a room full of friends and family. Every single one of you. Every single one of you. And Georgia, I really want to talk to you about the serious mission that all of us are on together. This has nothing to do with our skin color, our gender, our politics. It has nothing to do with any of that. This is about our mission with our home state, because let me tell you all, the road to the White House goes directly through the state of Georgia. And our mission is clear. We remember back in 2016 when Donald Trump stepped on the stage in the Republican primary election, and he took a sledgehammer to the Washington establishment. And the crime he really committed in 2016 was defeating Hillary Clinton. And the deep state and the globalists and the Washington elite, they have been after him ever since. They've come after that man with lie after lie, smear after smear, from the Russia hoax to impeachment hoax number 1, impeachment hoax number 2. They came after President Trump. And then our election, Georgia, was stolen from us. That's right. Right down the road from here with a water main break. That's right. And then it all changed. And we watched the Democrats shut this country down and destroy our freedoms over a virus that came from China. We watched the Democrats, Kamala Harris herself, support riots in city streets across America, burning, looting, and taking away the rights from Americans. Kamala Harris shared a bail bond link to the Minnesota Freedom Fund to put criminal rioters back on the streets that murdered and looted and caused chaos. That's right. And we've seen Kamala Harris stand side by side with Joe Biden, the dementia-ridden president, and we've watched them destroy America for nearly 4 years now. This is a shame. Today in America, senior citizens are struggling between paying their rent and buying their medications. Today in America, young people are having to face the very idea they may never be able to afford a new home or the American dream. Today in America, there's a steady invasion at the southern border every single day, and 10 to 20 million of illegal aliens have been brought into this country, and you, the American taxpayer, are being forced to pay for it. That's right. And innocent Americans like Laken Riley, but Laken Riley's not the only one. She is the face of here in Georgia, but Americans all over the country are the victim of illegal alien crimes, rape, murder, and mayhem, and fentanyl poisonings. This is Kamala Harris's America. We have lived it for nearly 4 years. This is what the Democrats are doing to us. And you know what? The self-declared fourth branch of the government, the legacy media, what are they doing? They are lying about everything. They promote their candidates. They promote the destruction of America through Democrat policies, and they use their powerful platforms to do it. Are we going to allow this to continue? The real danger we face is this. The Democrats are the party destroying democracy. They waged a coup against Joe Biden, and then they held a coronation for Kamala Harris and declared her the Democrat candidate for president. And not a single Democrat voter has voted for this to happen. But here's our job, Georgia. Pay close attention. Pay close attention. You know, we've had an easy life. We have for decades now. It's been easy to check out, go to work, enjoy your life, do normal, regular people things. But let me inform you of something tough. We don't have that convenience anymore. Georgia, I'm going to tell you something. We have to get comfortable being uncomfortable. That's right. Our freedoms, our democracy, our great republic is that weight and responsibility is on our shoulders. That responsibility belongs to this generation. And that means what our responsibility is, Georgia, is we have to show up. You have to have those tough conversations with your friends, your family members, your coworkers, your neighbors. You have to convince them to vote, because I have a little dirty secret to tell you. We have too many people in Georgia that are conservatives, they're MAGA, they're Trump supporters, they're Republicans, but guess what they don't do? They don't vote. They do not vote. Let me tell you, President Trump not only has given up an incredibly extraordinary life that he created for himself and his family. He was our president for 4 years. He has been fighting for the past nearly 4 years to come back to save America. And President Trump, that's right. But not only has he been doing this, all of this for you, he took a bullet for you. He took a bullet for you, and in that moment, we found out who Donald Trump is. Was he a man that stayed on the ground and allowed himself to be swept away under the cover? No. Donald Trump stood up, raised his fist in the air, and he said, fight, fight, fight. And Georgia, that's what we will do. All the way to the election on November 5th, we will fight, 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 fight. That's right. Here's how you do it. Here's how you do it. Every single one of you that has a cell phone in this room, every single person watching right now, go to the website, TrumpForce47.com. TrumpForce47.com. It is your responsibility, everyone in this room, it is your responsibility watching this rally right now to find a way to sign up, find a way to protect our elections in Georgia, find a way to be a Trump captain, find a way to volunteer. It's your job, your responsibility, because the road to the White House goes straight through Georgia, and we're going to win. We're going to fight. We are going to save America. Let's go, Georgia. Let's go. Let's bring it home for President Trump. Let's save America. God bless you. God bless America. God bless President Trump.
Start of the climb, faced with an army of vipers and lions. I had to keep on reaching up, cause it was my time.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Lieutenant Governor of Georgia, Burt Jones.
I like that. Coming out to AC/DC, I like that. I might have to go tape my ankles. That reminds me of my playing days right there. So, how's everybody doing today? There's still people piling in right now. There's still people piling in right now. It's unbelievable. If you don't think Georgia is Trump country, you've got something coming to you now. Now, please, nobody in this room confuse me. I'm Burt Jones. I'm Lieutenant Governor of this great state of Georgia. Please, I don't want anybody confuse me with the past Lieutenant Governor who was here helping Kamala Harris. I know we're about the same age, about the same height, and got, hairs. He looks like he probably darkens his hair a little bit, but somebody asked me what I thought about that. I was like, sometimes you just can't fix stupid. So you can't worry about it. But they had a big crowd here. They had a big crowd, Kamala and them, and they had some entertainment here. They were twerking and doing everything they could. And, I even heard Kamala, she came out with her version of the Southern accent, y'all. Come on, y'all. Let's get this party started, y'all. But the thing was, what the media didn't tell you is after that entertainment was over with, people started filing out of that place. I don't know if y'all remember this, but I do, because this is what the White House reminds me of as far as musical talent is concerned. It reminds me of the group Milli Vanilli. Do y'all remember Milli Vanilli? It was two guys. They were, claimed to be R&B German artists, even though they had British accents, and they were born in Madrid or something like that. But sound a little bit like Kamala. But what was funny is they fooled the country for about 4 years with their entertainment. They couldn't sing, they couldn't write, they had zero talent. But it took 4 years for everybody to figure out who they really were. Milli Vanilli is what we have in the White House right now. Because I can tell you right now, they're not running this country right now. Those two are not running this country. The only difference between the two really is when we found out about Milli Vanilli, the media jumped all over them. When they found out that the current Biden-Harris administration weren't really running the country, they've all of a sudden circled the wagons for them, which tells me they're in on it. And I would tell you this right now. I was on my way up here, and my wife asked me, my wife Jan asked me, she goes, now you're not just going to sit up there and bash the current administration the whole time. I said, well, maybe just a little bit. Maybe just a little bit. She said, you need to tell them about why you have always been for Donald J. Trump since 2016. I said, I was one of the first ones, I was the first one to endorse him in Georgia in 2016. I co-chaired his campaign in 2016, did it again in 2020, going to do it here in 24. But the whole reason why I did it was I said, this country needs a businessman. This country needs something different than the same old politicians that we have. And for the first time in our lifetimes, we have an opportunity to see two administrations who've actually done the job. And we get to interview them for what they've done. The businessman, Donald Trump, when he was in office, we were energy independent. Gasoline was $1.80 a gallon. It's $3.50 and rising right now. When our businessman, Donald Trump, was in the White House, groceries were 40% less than what they are right now. I got my agricultural chairman here somewhere, Russ Goodman. Russ Goodman told me, he said, be sure you tell everybody grits is 40% higher right now. Stand up, Russ. Our border was secure. Right now, we've got 15 million. We think 15 million. It could be more than that. 15 million illegals here. But guess what your reward is? Guess what? You get to pay for their medical costs, their schooling. They get a little allowance. Yeah. Right. Congratulations, right? Yeah. It was secure when we had the businessman Donald Trump in the room. We also were respected around the world, too. Yeah. Absolutely, absolutely. We didn't start any new wars, but guess what? Everyone around the world knew that if they crossed us or our allies, there was going to be hell to pay, right? So to me, it is clear who the next president of the United States should be, and I think it's going to be Donald J. Trump right here. I will tell you this, and 3 weeks ago, I'm pretty mild-mannered person. I'm pretty calm. I don't get excited about a whole lot of things. But I tell you, 3 weeks ago when they attempted to assassinate our president, there were a lot of emotions that was running through me. And I'm sure like everybody else in this room. But when he stood up and wiped himself off, and as they were trying to rush him off, he said, no, wait a minute. And he looked at the ground right here, and he said, you fight, you fight, you fight, right? Yep. I want to tell y'all something. If the hair on your neck didn't stand up when he did that, there's just something you need to check your pulse because you're already dead. So. But that's the exact kind of person you want running your company. You want heading up your team. That's the exact kind of person you want to have as your leader of the free world. Now I'll leave you with this right now, and I'll just say this simple as I can. Trump's been fighting for you. Trump's been fighting for me. It's time that we start fighting for Trump. We're going to win in November. We're going to win here in Georgia. We're going to make this state red again. And we can't do it without your help. God bless y'all, and God bless the great state of Georgia and the USA.
Good afternoon. I'm Tyler Fingert here at the Fox 5 Live Desk. Thank you for joining us on fox5atlanta.com and on Fox Local. We are minutes away from former President Donald Trump holding a campaign rally in Atlanta at the Georgia State University Convocation Center. Just within the last about 20 or so minutes, the former president landed at Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport and taxied over to a hangar. You're taking a live look at it on the double box on our screen right now. We are still awaiting the former president to actually walk off the plane to get into his motorcade and make his way to downtown Atlanta. Trump will be appearing with running mate J.D. Vance. Fox 5 reporter Eric Mock is covering the rally for us. He is live at the Convocation Center. He's got more on the former president's visit to Atlanta and today's event. Eric, good afternoon to you.
Tyler, how's it going? We've got an energized atmosphere here at the Convocation Center. Let me just show you how packed this arena is here. I mean, this arena is said to hold at least 7,500 people, and I think we're close to that at this point. And there's still people lined up outside waiting to get in. So a lot of energized supporters who are here. A lot of speakers already come through here. We've had Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones just got off the stand. Marjorie Taylor Greene, Representative Congresswoman in Georgia, she got up to huge applause and was reminding everyone, every speaker in fact, has reminded everyone how important Georgia is for Republicans to win the White House again. They're telling us that the road to victory goes straight through the state of Georgia, and that couldn't be more apparent. And there's two main focuses we're hearing and likely going to be when Trump and Vance get here. That's going to be two things. First off, bashing the now Democratic nominee Kamala Harris, and also appealing to black voters. We're actually seeing, a few of them here in the stands, but we're told that we are actually going to be taken backstage once Trump gets here for a roundtable with black business leaders. Now, they're not going to allow us to bring a camera back there, but we will, as soon as we get back there, report to you what he says to those black business leaders and how he's going to appeal to them, because especially after that recent appearance at NABJ, we know that some people say that he says things that are offensive to the black community. But we had some speakers get up here today who told us they don't want you to think about how Trump makes black people feel, but they want to think about the economic realities. And they're saying that they should focus on housing crisis, inflation, and they're saying that he's going to make those things better for everyone, including black voters. So they know how important that population is here in Atlanta, in the state of Georgia, because we know how close things are here in Georgia. So they know whoever can appeal more to the crowd will likely win the election. Now, again, like you said, Trump, we know, has now landed for him him to deplane at this point. And we have video, I believe, also of J.D. Vance's motorcade leaving his hotel and coming to the convocation center. If we can put that up now, you can see that he is on his way here. We're still waiting for Trump to deplane at this point, and they just had a slew of speakers, but now they are, allowing the crowd to get concessions, get up again, walk around. It's a packed house, though. Just a moment ago, they had a concession line that went practically around the arena, and they told everyone to get out of the line and get back in their seats. So it seems like they're definitely trying to keep security tight here. Now, of course, this is an enclosed space, so they can control the space a lot more. It's not like, what happened in Butler with the assassination attempt, but still, you can tell they're taking security very seriously here by trying to keep people milling about to a minimum. And they have officers everywhere throughout the arena. Now, Tyler, another big thing that we're hearing again is people saying that they want to focus on how Kamala is doing, and they're really trying to tie her to Biden and to the economic realities of inflation, high housing prices, those things. Even on the banner around the arena, they have a statement saying that Kamala Harris is a dangerous liberal. So you can tell they're really focused on attacking her, and they're going to be during this rally. So right now, again, they've taken a break with the speakers. I'm assuming that's because we're waiting for Trump to get here, but we'll continue to bring you that coverage as soon as we have more people get here, and as soon as J.D. Vance, the vice presidential nominee, and the Republican nominee, former President Donald Trump, arrive here. For now, I'll send it back over to you, Tyler.
I ask you a quick question before we let you go. You've been there pretty much all day since early this morning, getting set up for this event. What's the excitement level been like? I mean, there were people, I think, camping out overnight waiting for this because they wanted to be here to see the former president in person. For the folks you've spoken to, what have they been telling you?
Tyler, you're right, they were camped out here last night, and we got here probably about 5 hours ago. Like you said, we've been here all day, and when we got here, the line was all the way around the arena and down Fulton Street. Thousands of people in line, and like I said, there's at least, I'd say, 6,000 to 7,000 people in here now, and there's still people lined up outside. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to get everyone into the arena. People we're talking to, they said they just couldn't pass up this opportunity. We've got people who've traveled here, and we've got some local people here as well. There's a good mix, it seems to be, of people who are local to the Metro Atlanta area or the surrounding Georgia area, and people who have traveled in from either, far away in the state or from out of state to be here at this rally. You see a lot of people. We spoke to one woman this morning who was actually at the rally in Butler, Pennsylvania, where that assassination attempt happened, where Trump had a bullet graze his ear. She told us that she wasn't deterred, even though it was a surreal and frightening experience. She still wants to be here to support former President Trump and show him that she's behind him, that there are others behind him wanting to get into the White House.
Eric, thank you so much. I know, obviously, as you can see in the shot behind you, the groundswell of support there. Just a couple of days ago, Vice President Kamala Harris held a rally in the exact same center, and now the former president holding a rally just a couple days later here in downtown Atlanta. And you can just truly see the groundswell of support for both sides, for the vice president and also the former president, and packing out, coming out to show their support because, as you said, Georgia is going to be a battleground state in this situation. Let's see if we can pull up a shot from our airport camera where we are still awaiting former President Donald Trump to make his way off the plane. Yeah, you're taking a look there. I don't even think the door has opened at this point. He landed at Hartsfield-Jackson just about 30 minutes ago. We saw the plane landing on that north runway and made its way over to one of the aviation hangars. Then we saw the stairway come up, but so far the president has not made his way out. That's expected to happen shortly, since the former president is expected to speak at some point in the next about hour or so in downtown Atlanta at the Convocation Center. Again, that's going to be happening shortly. We're going to be hearing from his vice presidential candidate as well, who is on his ticket. We're going to be streaming it on our website, fox5atlanta.com, and on the Fox Local app. We'll have continuing coverage all day, and we'll have live reports coming up on Fox 5 News at 6, 10, and 11. We'll see you there.
Streets are full of drugs and illegals. It's time to finish that wall and make America great again. You might be woke, but you ain't awake. I'm madder than hell, I want her back. They took more than I can take. Make America great again. Love this country, love this land, but we spiral. Gotta give her back to God and the Bible. Need a red, white, and blue revival. Make America great again. Dirty politics will put you on trial. Try to take our free speech and our rifles. Turn a red wave to a tidal. Make America great again. Make America great again. Inflation's wrecking our pay. The border's wide open and our vets need help, but we turning them away. Make America great again. Yeah, back to United States, where your word means something and your dollar means more, and we ain't messing around with other countries' war. Love this country, love this land, but we spiral. Gotta give her back to God and the Bible. Need a red, white, and blue revival. Make America great again. Dirty politics will put you on trial. Try to take our free speech and our rifles. Turn a red wave to a tidal. Make America great again. Make America great again. Great again. Woo! Yeah, we're living on a prayer. God, come save this country. Get us out of this nightmare and make America great again. Love this country, love this land, but we spiraled. Gotta give her back to God and the Bible. Need a red, white, and blue revival. Make America great again. Dirty politics will put you on trial. Try to take our free speech and our rifles. Turn a red wave to a tidal. Make America great again. Make America great again. America great again. Make America great again.
Oh, I wish I was in the land of cotton. Old times there are not forgotten. Look away, look away. What? Look away, Dixieland. Sing it, fella. You on your own, man. For Dixieland, where I was born, early Lord, one frosty morn. Look away, look away, look away, Dixieland. So hush, little baby, don't you cry. You know your daddy bound to die. But all my trials, Lord, soon be over.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the next Vice President of the United States, Senator J.D. Vance.
Why don't we liberate these United States? We're the ones who need it worst. Let the rest of the world help us for change, and let's rebuild America first. Our highways and bridges are falling apart. Who's blessed and who has been cursed? There's things to be done all over the world, but let's rebuild America first.
Wow. Thank you. All right, my friends, thank you. Thank you. All right. Well, it is great to be in Atlanta. Hello, Georgia. In 93 days, we're going to take back our country and elect Donald J. Trump once again. It's going to start right here in Georgia. Now, let's recap the last month in political history. We have to remember, just over a month ago, President Trump wiped the floor with Joe Biden on that debate stage, exposing a massive cover-up of the president's mental incapacity. He saved America from 4 more years of the disaster of Joe Biden. And during that same time, Donald Trump accepted our own party's nomination with overwhelming support. We held the most successful convention in history. He took a bullet for this country and didn't miss a single day of work. Now, he did that in 1 month. Just imagine what he's going to do with 4 more years. Ain't that right? Now, after covering up Joe Biden's incompetence for the last 3.5 years, our friends in the media are at it again. This time,
They're gaslighting us on Kamala Harris's radical record. They want to portray her as some kind of sensible moderate, despite all evidence to the contrary. Now, this is the same media that told us, remember, my friends, for 3.5 years that Joe Biden, who couldn't complete a sentence, was Albert Einstein. And now they want to tell us that Kamala Harris is Abraham Lincoln. But anybody who is too blind to see Biden's incompetence, or let's be honest, too dishonest to admit it, doesn't deserve to be commander-in-chief. Kamala Harris is not getting a promotion to the presidency of the United States. Now, the Democrat Party bosses would like to install her as their new nominee and as the next president, but remember, she has not received a single vote for president. Let's actually give Democrat primary voters some credit, because in their primary in 2020, Kamala Harris was so unpopular, she didn't even make it to the first vote being cast. She wasn't in the top 3 in her home state of California. And the reason is Democrat voters know what every American agrees with: America is never going to elect a San Francisco liberal who's so far outside the mainstream. We're not going to elect Kamala Harris as president. Now let us count the ways of the disastrous policies of Kamala Harris. 500,000 kids. I was at the border just a couple of days ago. 500,000 kids have been trafficked by the drug cartels because of her policies. She was the border czar. The media lies to you, but she was. Hardworking Americans cannot afford groceries because of her policies. Gas and energy are through the roof because of her policies. Housing prices are out of control because of her policies. You cannot let in 20 million illegal aliens to compete with Americans for scarce housing and then raise interest rates, which is exactly what Kamala Harris has done. And people right here in Georgia and all across the country have suffered because of it. Now, the media calls her a moderate, but there's nothing the fake news loves more than a fact check, so let's do a fact check. Kamala Harris was the most liberal United States senator during her entire time in public service. As America's border czar, Kamala Harris unleashed the worst border crisis in American history. 10 million illegal aliens have invaded this country. The total, that's what they say, that's the official number, it's probably more than that. Biden and Harris, on day one, they suspended deportations. They stopped building the border wall. I saw it just a couple days ago. It's sitting there on the ground, ready to be finished, but Kamala Harris won't let them. They reinstated catch and release. Then they proposed amnesty for millions of illegal aliens. Kamala Harris turned Border Patrol into a travel agency for the worst criminals and terrorists all over the world. Now, we have a different message, President Trump and I do. If you're in this country illegally, start packing your bags. You go home in 6 months. But we're not done yet. The border isn't the only thing Kamala Harris has wrecked during her time in office. In 2021, she was the tie-breaking vote on $2 trillion of reckless spending that juiced this inflation crisis and sent a lot of money to China. Well, I don't think we should send money to China. I think we ought to keep it right here at home. Remember the Inflation Reduction Act, which was really the Inflation is a Disaster Act. She cast the deciding vote, triggered the worst affordability crisis in generations. And at the same time, she said that high gas prices were, quote, the price to pay for democracy. A woman who's never earned a vote for President of the United States. That's the price for democracy. Well, it's not the price for democracy, my friends. It's the price we paid for her failed leadership. Now, Harris wants to ban fracking, ban offshore drilling, take away your gas cars. And by the way, I think in America, you ought to be able to drive whatever the hell you want to, because this is America, and we believe in freedom. She wants to take away your gas stoves. She even wants to take away your ability to eat red meat. That's how out there she is. That's real. The fake news will fact check it. They'll fact check it true. She actually said that. In other words, she thinks that she's better than us. She thinks she's better than you. She thinks she's smarter than you. She thinks you need to be told how to live your life. But this November, let's tell the Washington elites, let's tell Kamala Harris, mind your own damn business. We're electing Donald J. Trump, President of the United States. Now, every time the Democrats attack us and attack our movement, they can't help but tell on themselves. They reveal how much they hate the American people. Now, remember this. Remember, Barack Obama said we cling to God and guns. Remember that? Hillary Clinton called us deplorables. And now, Kamala Harris says we're weird. Well, Kamala, I'm glad you brought that up. Let's talk about some things that are weird. We think it's weird that Democrats want to put sexually explicit books in toddlers' libraries. We think it's weird that the far left wants to allow biological males to beat the living crap out of women in boxing. We think it's weird for a presidential candidate to bail convicted rapists and murderers out of prison, and that's what Kamala Harris did. And I think it's especially weird when Kamala Harris comes to Atlanta. I believe came here to this arena. Kamala Harris comes to Atlanta and talks with a fake Southern accent, even though she grew up in Canada. You can't make it up. That's pretty weird. Go watch the clip. She sounded like a Southern belle, even though she grew up in Vancouver. It doesn't make any sense. But on November 5th, she can go back to using her San Francisco accent, because we're going to send her packing and we're going to re-elect Donald J. Trump, President of the United States. Now, we can handle the made-up attacks by Democrats and by the media because we're used to it by now. But here's something I can't stomach about Kamala Harris. It's when she has the nerve to question our loyalty to this country. And she does. Well, here's what President Trump and I believe about loyalty. Loyalty to this country is closing our border, not opening it up. Loyalty is making life more affordable, not causing inflation because you can't stop sending money like a drunken sailor. Loyalty is safeguarding Medicare for American citizens, not bankrupting it by sending it to illegal aliens, which is what she wants to do. Loyalty is protecting Laken Riley, not allowing an illegal immigrant to take her life. Loyalty is serving in the United States Marine Corps, something I am proud to have done. Loyalty is taking a bullet for this country, something Donald J. Trump did. Kamala Harris, if you want to see the face of disloyalty, look in the damn mirror. Now, for decades, we've gotten used to it. Politicians in Washington have sold out this country. We got to remember when the multinational corporations and the lobbyists called their offices, a lot of them traded American jobs for campaign cash. Now, they'd never admit that, of course. They'd brag about trade deals and they'd promise cheap products. They called it globalization, and that's what it was, sending American jobs to some other part of the globe instead of keeping them right here at home. And if it's up, my friends, if it's up to Kamala Harris, it's going to keep on happening. Let's remember her record. She voted to preserve NAFTA, the very trade deal that sent American jobs to Mexico and turned American dreams into nightmares. Now, she's asking us for a promotion, and I think it's time to say to Kamala Harris, you're fired. The American dream is dying under Kamala Harris. But we're going to save it. We're going to save it for every American, regardless of color or creed, and we're going to do it when we re-elect Donald J. Trump, President of the United States. That's why we got to do it. You know, President Trump knows a few things that the Washington politicians forgot. He knows that 1 million cheap plastic toys from China is not worth a single American manufacturing job. We're going to rebuild American manufacturing. We're going to rebuild the factories. We're going to rebuild the American dream, and we're going to stamp more products made in the USA. It's a beautiful thing, and that's what we're going to do. Now, I've seen the consequences of electing failed politicians like Kamala Harris. I've seen it in my own hometown because more often than not, it's the people the Bible calls the least of these that suffer the most when Kamala Harris doesn't do her job. They like to say they're for the little guy, but it's the little guy who hurts the most when Kamala Harris fails. Now, a lot of you know my story. You know how I grew up. I was raised by a strong woman, a Christian grandmother who loved the Lord, but also loved the F word. Ladies and gentlemen, she was a study in contrast. I think there are a few out here just like it. Now people ask me, how is it that you were able to grow up in a poor family, grow up in a family that was struggling, had a lot of chaos and a lot of trouble? And the answer is because, one, this is the greatest country in the world and the American dream is still possible. The second answer is because I had a mamaw who was tough as nails, and she kept me on the right path. Now, I could tell you a lot of stories. Well, one of my favorite mamaw stories is when I enlisted in the U.S. Marine Corps. She was very proud of me, of course, but it was a time of war, and Mamaw was not happy that a recruiter had persuaded me to enlist in the Marines. So I remember he came over to our house and started to walk up the steps to her porch, and she said, "Look, if you step one more foot on my porch, I'm going to blow that thing off." And she had 19 handguns at home, so that was not an idle threat. But that strength and that discipline allowed me to achieve my dreams, and things worked out for me because we love our country. It's a great country, and because there are women like Mamaw all over this country making sure kids are able to achieve their dreams. Thank you. But let's be honest, there were some tough times too. And this goes to the point about Kamala Harris's failures. I remember, the reason my mom raised me is because my mom struggled with addiction for a big chunk of my early life. And I'm proud to say that she has been clean and sober for almost 10 years now. I'm so proud of my mom. Thank you. And for all those struggling with this terrible problem of addiction, no, there is hope and there is recovery. It's worth it. You got to keep fighting for it. But we support you and we support your dreams for second chances. But it wasn't always that good. Didn't always think that I would get a second chance with my mom. I remember being a kid, waiting at the bedside of my mom, angry that she had taken something she shouldn't have taken, and just praying to God, even though I was so mad, praying to God, please, Jesus, just let her wake up. Don't let this thing be the thing that took her life. And the unfortunate truth, my friends, is that the poison that Kamala Harris has let into this country means there are a lot of kids like me who are not going to have those prayers answered. We're going to remember who we're fighting for. And it's the kids at the side of those bedside tables begging God for their parents to wake up. We're going to make sure that happens. We're going to fight for the people who are struggling in this country. And the contrast between an America led by Kamala Harris and an America led by President Trump, it couldn't be more clear. Remember, President Trump's vision was closed borders and open factories. Kamala Harris's vision is the exact opposite: open borders and closed factories. Kamala Harris, she wants bigger government that can tell you what to do, and she also wants smaller bank accounts, which I think a lot of us have seen. But Donald Trump, by contrast, delivered record paychecks and the strongest border in history. What an amazing record of accomplishment. Kamala Harris wants to ban fracking and buy energy from every tin-pot dictator all over the world. Donald Trump wants to drill, baby, drill. Let's get it from our own workers and our own territory. Kamala Harris wants to raise your taxes, and she wants to make it easier for companies to ship jobs to Mexico and China. Donald Trump wants to lower taxes for hardworking families. In fact, he already did it, and we want to reward companies that hire American and buy American. It's all about protecting the workers of this country. Kamala Harris wants to defund the police and let violent criminals out of jail. Donald Trump wants to lock up the bad guys and back the blue, and he did it for 4 years. He's going to do it again. So I want to send a message out there to those who are struggling, those who are trying to make ends meet. If you're scraping by instead of thriving, I know what that feels like. I know what it's like to choose between paying off the credit card or buying groceries. I know what it's like to watch families fall apart under financial stress. I know what it's like to worry that a parent will never kick that habit, and I know what it's like to worry that that habit is going to eventually claim their lives. But I also know that our national motto is "In God We Trust," and God tells us not to despair, but to hope. Hope. And while the media likes to lie about this movement and this party, this movement of ours is about a simple idea. We love this country enough that we will never give up hope, and we will never stop fighting for a better future for everybody, whether they vote for us or not. If you're an American citizen, we love you, and we're going to fight for you. Now, we know that in this election, The best way to give our people hope for the future is to re-elect the guy who already did it and did it very well, Donald J. Trump, the once and future president of the United States. In just a few months, I believe this state of Georgia is going to lead a great American restoration, a restoration of safety, of prosperity, and yes, of hope. We're going to secure our borders. We're going to kick out the drugs and the illegal immigrants. We're going to rebuild American manufacturing. We're going to bring jobs back to this country, and we are going to buy American, for our people. It's going to start in Georgia. God bless you all. Thank you so much for having me. I'm going to be your next vice president, and we're going to win Georgia and win this country. I love you all. Thank you so much for having me.
Why don't we liberate these United States? We're the ones who need it worst. Let the rest of the world help us for change, and let's rebuild America first. Our highways and bridges are falling apart. Who's blessed and who has been cursed? There's things to be done all over the world, but let's rebuild America first. Who's on the hill and who's watching the valley? Who's in charge of it all? God bless the army and God bless our liberty, and that gun the rest of it all. Held men in position of backing away. Freedom is stuck in reverse. Let's get out of Iraq, get back on the track, and let's rebuild America first. Once more. Why don't we liberate these United States? We're the ones who need it the most. You think I'm blowing the smoke? Boys, it ain't no joke. I make 20 trips a year from coast to coast.
Joe Biden made Kamala Harris border czar to fix immigration. First, she ignored it.
Do you have any plans to visit the border?
At some point.
Then she just lied.
The border is secure.
10 million illegal immigrants. Migrant crime out of control. Fentanyl kills thousands.
We have a secure border.
Kamala Harris. Failed, weak, dangerously liberal.
said when I started to brag about my car, but I can't back down now because I pushed the other guys too far. She makes me come alive and makes me wanna drive when she says, don't worry, baby, everything will turn out alright. Don't worry, baby, she told me, baby, when you reach the beach, just take all I'm loving you. And if you knew how much I love you, baby, nothing could go wrong with you. Oh, what she does to me when she makes love to me and she says, don't worry, baby, everything will turn out alright. Don't worry, baby, everything will turn out alright. Don't worry, baby, don't worry, baby, don't worry,
Jeff Boscat on the last lead. And that video is for Operation Smash.
You shake my nerves and you rattle my brain. Too much love drives a man insane. You broke my will, but what a thrill. Getting this wreck is just quitting balls of fire. I let the love all I thought it was funny. You came along and you moved me, honey. I changed my mind. Look fine. Goodness gracious, quitting balls of fire. Should. You're fine, so kind. I'm under this world that you're mine. I took my nails and I twiddle me fine. I'm real nervous, but it sure is fun. Come on, baby, it drives me crazy. Goodness gracious, quit balls of fire.
Jerry Lee Lewis can blow Chuck Berry right off of that stage.
Why do I have to go on before him?
Because he's had 6 #1 hits and you've had only 2 in the top 10.
Well, who's got the #1 record right now? You.
My point exactly.
He should go on before me.
Can't. It's in his contract that he closes a show.
Okay, Cat. That's the way you want it.
Should. You're fine, so kind. I got to tell this world that you're mine. I chew my nails and I twiddle my thumb. I'm real nervous because the show is fun. Come on, baby, drive me crazy. Goodness gracious, quit balls of fire.
Follow that, killer.
You're considered the most liberal United States senator.
We're not going to treat people who are undocumented and cross the border as criminals.
Abolish ICE. Yeah. Is that a position that you agree with?
We need to probably think about starting from scratch.
Say it loud. Say it clear. Everyone is welcome here.
Raise your hand if you think it should be a civil offense rather than a crime to cross a border.
Raise your hand if your government plan would provide coverage for undocumented immigrants.
You support giving universal health care, Medicare for all to people who are in this country illegally?
I am opposed to any policy that would deny in our country any human being from access to public health, period.
You support the Medicare for all bill. I believe it will totally eliminate private insurance. For people out there who like their insurance, well, they don't get to keep it.
Let's eliminate all of that.
Boston Marathon bomber, on death row, people who are convicted of sexual assault, they should be able to vote?
I think we should have that conversation. As President of the United States, I am prepared to pass a Green New Deal.
Would you ban offshore drilling?
Yes.
What is the solution for voters who have jobs and interests in the fossil fuel industry?
Transition into the jobs of the future.
But would you support changing the dietary guidelines, reduce red meat specifically?
Yes, I would. We have to have a buyback program, and I support a mandatory buyback program.
This is a man's world. But it wouldn't be nothing without a woman or a girl. You see, man made the car to take us over the road. Man made the train, carry the heavy load. Man made the electric lights to take us out of the dark. And man made the boat for the water. Like my Bible said, Noah made the ark. This is a man's world. Ow! But it wouldn't be nothing about a woman or a girl.
L'uomo rincorre il potere, ma lui non sa dei grandi limiti ad essere come si vorrà. Nel palmo stringe un'idea che non vive, che nella sua fantasia corre, se non si accorge che poi non l'ha più senso, se si vive solo per sé.
Man thinks about a little bit of baby girls and a baby boy. Man make them happy because man make them toys. But after man made everything he can, man made lira, pesos, dollars, rubles to buy from every good woman and every man. Ow! This is a man's world. But it wouldn't be He's lost in the wilderness. It's a man's world.
been selling my soul, working all day, overtime hours for bullshit pay, so I can sit out here and waste my life away, drag back home and drown my troubles away. It's a damn shame what the world's gotten to for people like me, people like you. Wish I could just wake up and it not be true, but it is. Oh, it is living in the new world with an whole soul. These rich men north of Richmond, Lord knows they all just wanna have total control. Wanna know what you think, wanna know what you do, and they don't think you know, but I know that you do. 'Cause your dollar ain't shit, and it's taxed to no end, 'cause the rich men, north the rich men. I wish politicians would look out for minors, and not just minors on an island somewhere. Lord, we got folks in the street, ain't got nothing to eat, and the obese milking welfare. Well, God, if you're 5'3" and you're 300 pounds, taxes ought not to pay for your bags of fudge rounds. Young men are putting themselves 6 feet in the ground, 'cause all this damn country does is keep on kicking them down. Lord, it's a damn shame what the world's gotten to for people like me, people like you. Wish I could just wake up and it not be true, but it is. Oh, it is living in the new world with an whole soul. These rich men north of Richmond, Lord knows they all just wanna have total control. Wanna know what you think, wanna know what you do, and they don't think you know, but I know that you do. 'Cause your dollar ain't shit, and it's taxed to no end, 'cause the rich men, north the rich men. I've been selling my soul, working all day, overtime hours for bullshit pay.
I can see what's happening. What? And they don't have a clue. Who? They'll fall in love, and here's the bottom line. Our trio's down to 2.
Oh.
The sweet caress of twilight. There's magic everywhere. And with all this romantic atmosphere, disasters in the air.
So many things to tell her, but how to make her see the truth about my past? Impossible. She'd turn away from me.
He's holding back, he's hiding, but what I can't decide. Why won't he be the king I know he is, the king I see inside? Can you feel the love tonight? The peace the evening brings. The world for once in perfect harmony with all its living things.
if he falls in love tonight.
And I've set up and tore down this stage with my own two hands. We've traveled this land, packed tight in minivans. And all this for the fans, girls, money, and fame. I played their game and had to scream my name. I will show no shame. I live and die for this. And if I come off soft, fix you on this.
Are you scared?
Devil without a cause. And I'm back with the beaver hats and Ben Davis slacks. 30-pack of strolls, 30-pack of hoes. No Rogaine in the propane flows. The chosen one, I'm the living proof. With the gift of gab from the city of truth. I jabbed and stabbed and knocked critics back. And I did not stutter when I said that. I'm going platinum, selling rhymes. I went platinum 7 times. And still they're ill and wanna see us ride. I guess because only God knows why. They call me cowboy, I'm a singer in black. So throw a finger in the air, let me see where you're at. Say, hey, hey. Let me hear where you're at. Say, hey, hey. I'm giving it back, so say, hey, hey. Show me some metal and say, hey, 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 hey. Yeah. Fuck all y'all. I like AC/DC and ZZ Top. We'll see Fist Beasties and the Kings of Rock. Skinner, Seeger, Limp, Corn, the Stones. David Allen Coe with No Show Jones. Yeah! Pass that bottle around. Got the rock from Detroit. Soul from Motown. The underground stone. Fucking pimp. With tracks that Mac and slap back the whack. Never gain away. I don't play with ass. But watch me rock with Liberace Flash. Punk rock the class. Boy bands are trash. I like Johnny Cash and Grandmaster Flash. Flash, 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 flash. They call me cowboy, I'm a singer in black. So throw a finger in the air, let me see where you're at. Say, hey, hey. Let me hear where you're at. Say, hey, hey. I'm giving it back, so say, hey, hey. Show me some metal and say, hey, 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 hey.
Yeah, I saw your band jumping around on stage like a bunch of wounded ducks. When you don't learn soccer, you just can't fuck with.
American badass, watch me kick. You can roll with rock or you can suck my dick. I'm a porno flick, I'm like Amazing Grace. I'm gonna fuck some hoes after I rock this place. Super fly, living double wide. Sidecar my glide so Joe C can ride. Full sack to share, bringing flash and flare. Got the long hair, swinging middle finger in the air. Snakeskin suit, 65 Chevelle. See me ride and sin, hear the rebel yell. I won't live to tell, so if you do, give the next generation a big fuck you. Who knew I'd blow a black
don't believe it's coming back soon. And you really don't remember. Was it something that he said? Oh, the voices in your head calling Gloria, Gloria. Don't you think you're falling? If everybody wants you, why isn't anybody calling? You don't have to answer. Leave them hanging on the line. Calling Gloria, Gloria. I think they got your number. I think they got the alias that you've been living under. But you really don't remember. Was it something that they said? All the voices in your head calling Gloria,
Run, boy, run. This world is not meant for you. Run, boy, run. They're trying to catch you. Run, boy, run. Running is a victory. Run, boy, run. Beauty lies behind the hills. Run, boy, run. The sun will be guiding you. Run, boy, run. They're dying to stop you. Run, boy, run. This race is a prophecy. Run, boy, run. Break out from society.
We are one movement, one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. So with American pride swelling in our hearts and American courage stirring in our souls, I say these words to you tonight. We will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again.
Body, body, wanna feel my body, baby. Such a thrill, my body, yeah, yeah. Wanna touch my body, baby.
Ready to get down with anyone he can. Hey, 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 hey. Macho, macho, macho man, yeah. I've got to be a macho. I've got to be a macho, macho man, yeah. I've got to be a macho. Oh, macho, macho man, yeah. I've got to be a macho man. Macho, macho man. Hey, hey, I've got to be a macho. Body, body, it's so hot, my body, baby. Love to pop my body, yeah, yeah. Love to please my body, baby. Don't you tease my body, yeah. You adore my body, baby. Come explore my body, yeah, yeah. Me like God, my body, baby. So good, hey. You can tell him macho, he has a funky walk. His western shirts and leather always look so boss. Funky with his body, he's a king. Call him Mr. Ego, dig his chains. You can best believe that he's a macho man. He likes to be the leader, he never dresses grand. Hey, 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 hey. Macho, macho, macho man, yeah. I've got to be a macho. I've got to be a macho, macho man, yeah. I've got to be a macho. All right, macho, macho man, yeah, yeah. I've got to be a macho man. Macho, macho man. I've got to be a macho. All right. Macho, baby. Body, body, body. All right. Body wanna feel my body. Wanna feel my body, baby. Body. All right. Body come and thrill my body. Come and thrill my body. Hey, yeah. Body. All right. Body love to pop my body. Love to pop my body. Hey, yeah. Body. Body is so hot. My body is so hot. Every man ought to be a macho, macho man. To live a life of freedom, machos make a stand. Have their own lifestyle and ideals. Possess the strength and confidence. Life's a steal. You can best believe that he's a macho man. He's a special person in anybody's land. Hey, 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 hey. Macho, macho, macho man, yeah. I've got to be a macho. I've got to be a macho, 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 yeah. I've got to be a macho. Dig the hell my chest, macho, yeah. Macho man. I say dig my big, thick mustache. All right, a macho. I've got to be a macho, macho, macho.
night and the lights are low, looking out for a place to go, where they play the right music, getting in the swing. You come to look for a king. Anybody could be that guy. Night is young and the music's high. With a bit of rock music, everything's fine. You're in the mood for a dance. And when you get the chance, you are the dancing queen. Young and sweet, only 17. Dancing queen, feel the beat from the tambourine. You can dance, you can jive, having the time of your life. See that girl, watch that scene, digging the dancing queen. You're a tease, you turn him on, leave him burning and then you're gone. Looking out for another, anyone will do. You're in the mood for a dance. And when you get the chance, you are the dancing queen. Young and sweet, only 17. Dancing queen, feel the beat from the tambourine. You can dance, you can jive, having the time of your life. See that girl, watch that scene, digging the dancing queen. Digging the dancing
Young man, there's no need to feel down. I said, young man, pick yourself off the ground. I said, young man, 'cause you're in a new town. There's no need to be unhappy. Young man, there's a place you can go. I said, young man, when you're short on your dough, you can stay there. And I'm sure you will find many ways to have a good time. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. They have everything for young men to enjoy. You can hang out with all the boys. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun
my honor to introduce the 45th and soon-to-be 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
November 5th is going to be the most important day in the history of our country.
And we will bring our country back together.
Bigger, better, bolder, brighter, happier, stronger, freer, greater, and more united than ever before. And together we will win, win, win.
I have never, ever been prouder of President Trump, of my president, than when he stood up with blood all over his face and he raised his fist in defiance and he shook his fist.
They're not coming after me, they're coming after you, and I just happen to be standing in their way, and I will never be moving.
He's not meant to be stopped. He's meant to help fix this country.
On November 5th, 2024, we will take back our country and we will make America great again.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the next Vice President of the United States, Senator J.D. Vance.
Why don't we liberate these United States? We're the ones who need it worst. Let the rest of the world help us for change, and let's rebuild America first. Our highways and bridges are falling apart.
Well, it's good to see you all again. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to hear from the next President of the United States? That wasn't quite loud enough. Are you ready to hear from the next President of the United States? Remember, 8 years ago, Donald Trump had everything: fame, fortune, family, friends. He gave up the easy life so that we could get our country back. He traded everything he had for unjust persecution, for slander and scorn from the fake news, all for this country, for you and me. They couldn't beat him politically, so they tried to bankrupt him. They failed at that, so they tried to impeach him. They failed at that, so they tried to put him in prison. They even tried to kill him. But as sure as the American flag still waves in our beautiful sky, Donald Trump still stands, ready to fight, ready to win, and ready to make America great again. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the once and future President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston, and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say, proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free.
Well, thank you. Well, thank you very much to the next Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance. He's doing a great job. You know, they go after J.D. You know why? He's for the worker. He's for people that get out and they want to work. And frankly, they are people that have been taken advantage of, and he doesn't like it, and he's done great. He's done great. He's been everything we could have expected and much more. So, J.D., thank you very much. I appreciate it. And thank you to Atlanta. I'm thrilled to be back in the great state of Georgia. I love Georgia. With thousands of proud, hardworking American patriots. Crazy Kamala, ultra-left, you know that. She was here a week ago, lots of empty seats. But the crowd she got was because she had entertainers, and it all started to unfold when they started to leave about 10 minutes into the speech. It was very boring. I don't need entertainers. I fill the stadium because I'm making America great again. That's our entertainment. That's our entertainment, making America great again. And I have to tell you, we have thousands of people outside. And the state was terrific, but the fire marshal, I will say, could not have been better. Thank you to the fire marshal. But the school administration stopped us from getting another 500, 600, even 1,000 people in. Thousands of people were told no, and that was okay, but we could have fit another 600 people. So I don't know anything about the school. But they could have allowed more people. You got people standing outside. Look at all the people outside. They could have come in. So we're not happy. Hello out there. And then they actually pushed the people very far away from the building where we have beautiful cameras set up for the overflow crowds. The administration of the school. So I'm not sure if I'm going to be sending anybody to this school. I'm not happy about it. If they're going to stand in the way of admitting people to our rally, just imagine what they're going to do on Election Day. We're not going to let that happen. 94 days from now, we're going to win the great state of Georgia in an epic landslide. And we're going to defeat crazy Kamala. You know, there's about 19 different ways of saying it. She only likes 3. Biden never even came close. Kamala, she goes, Kamala. No, it's Kamala. We're going to evict this radical and incompetent administration from the White House. They're destroying our country. We're going to save our country. We're going to save our country. Yesterday, it was announced that unemployment is surging, with 350,000 Americans joining the unemployment rolls just last month. Tell you what, we could end up in a depression. We could end up in World War III and a depression. How about that? Could happen, too. Under Harris-Biden policies, we now have the highest unemployment rate in 3 years. Just came out yesterday. Even I was surprised. Those numbers were terrible. If Harris wins this election, you will quickly have a Kamala economic crash. You're going to have a crash. You could also have a crash like in 1929, more specifically, because that's where we're heading. When we win, you will rapidly see a brand new Trump economic boom. It's going to be booming like it was 4 years ago. With your vote, inflation will stop. The illegal aliens will be turned back. They're not coming in. We got to stop them. Did you see where she's now saying, oh, we had a very good border. Oh, great. They had the worst border in the history of the world. It's all misinformation. That's all they're good at. That and cheating on elections. They're very good at that. The cartels will be crushed, crime will plummet, incomes will soar, the wars will end, and the American dream will come roaring back, bigger, better, and stronger than ever before, right? Yes? Thank you. But with 4 more years of Kamala, the California socialist, you know, she destroyed San Francisco. Then she destroyed the whole state. Look at what's going on in California. With your family and our country, it'll never recover. If you have any more time with these people, it's already, I'm worried about the next 3 months, if you think about it. These people are grossly incompetent. You'll end up in World War III, I'll tell you. And I hope I'm not right about that. You know, do you ever see the hats? Trump is right about everything. I don't want to be right about that. Her policies of open borders and double-digit inflation, inflation like we've never seen before. It's destroying middle-income families, working families, all families. Will demolish your life savings. 40 or 50 million illegal aliens will invade our country during the next 4 years if they're in. 40 or 50 million. Medicare and Social Security. You know, she said she wants to put everybody on health care. You know, that's wonderful. It's all wonderful. First of all, they shouldn't be told to come here. Many of them were fine where they were. But no country can sustain this. Social Security will buckle and collapse. The suburbs will be overrun with violent crime and savage foreign gangs. That's what they're doing. You know, they're sending all their gangs into the United States, right? Look, there's front row Joes. You didn't get into the front row. What happened to you? What happened? Thank you. We have front row Joes. They've been to 229 rallies. And then, look at these people. These, I call them the beautiful ladies, and you're not allowed to say that anymore. It's the end of your political career. You say beautiful. You're barely allowed to say ladies, right? Because that could also be destructive. But they're beautiful, they're ladies, and they're great. And they've been to 216 rallies from North Carolina. They look great. Happily married. I got to talk to their husbands. I don't know. They're way over 200 rallies, and they're incredible people. Thank you very much, by the way. Thank you. Appreciate it. Together, we will stop Kamala Harris's nation-wrecking. I'll tell you what, when you see what she's done to our nation, she's wrecking our nation. The radicalism will take back our country from the worst administration in American history. Biden was the worst president in the history of our country. She's acknowledged to be the worst vice president in the history of our country. She doesn't have a clue. You know, if she doesn't have a teleprompter, she can't even speak. Did you see her the other night? They put a camera in her face. She can't even talk. We just went through 4 years. Let's not go through another 4 years. Can't talk. No, it's terrible. You know, by the way, I'd like to congratulate Vladimir Putin for having made yet another great deal. Did you see the deal we made? Now, look, we want to get people in. You know, we got 59 hostages. I never paid anything. They released some of the greatest killers anywhere in the world, some of the most evil killers they got, and we got our people back. But, boy, we make some horrible, horrible deals, and it's nice to say we got them back, but does that set a bad precedent, Bert, right? Does that set a bad precedent, Bert? Harris has the most ultra-left-wing agenda of any presidential candidate ever in history. There's never been anybody like this. She is considered more left-wing than crazy Bernie Sanders. Look at her. She's worse than Bernie. And she happens to be really a low IQ individual. She really does. She has a very low IQ. We don't need a low IQ. President Xi of China said, oh, good, we have another one, a low IQ individual. They love dealing with low IQ. They love dealing with low IQ people, and they got them here, I'll tell you. We got them all. She is terrible. She's worse than he. I think she's worse than him. By the way, they really took it away from the guy, right? I don't feel sorry for him because he's a bad guy. You know, he's weaponized the whole thing, and nobody's ever done that in this country. But he's a bad guy. But people feel sorry for him. They did a coup. He just doesn't know it. But actually, he does know it. You know that. They said, Joe, you got 14 million votes. It's yours, but you're going to give it up. You're going to give it up right now, Joe. You're giving it up right now. No, I'm not. I was elected democratically. I was elected. No, you're giving it up, Joe. We're either going to do it the nice way or the hard way, Joe. You're getting the hell out. And it was the debate performance. So here's what happened in the debate. You know, we went there. It was the highest rated debate ever, and which was a great compliment. And as I left the debate stage, I took off because other people were entering the stage. You understand. I said, I don't want to confront other people. So we had a great debate. But as I left, CNN, I won't say who, but they said, that was the single greatest debate performance I've ever seen. And this went on for 2 days. They were saying how great I was. On the third day, they didn't mention that anymore. They said he was terrible. I liked it the first way better. I made him choke. Don't kid yourself. We made him choke. He was choking like a dog. He was choking. He was choking like a dog. And that was the end of him. I mean, that was the end from that. Then they said, okay, this was a disaster. So then they started doing interviews with people that are, 100% bought. The media, the fake news media, they had some people interviewing him, like George Slopadopoulos. ABC. ABC's one of the worst, by the way. They're all sort of bad when you get right down, but ABC's bad. And they're asking him hardball questions like, where did you stay last night? Did you think you did well in the debate, even though you could? Did you ever see a guy in a debate, they give you like 2 minutes to answer, and you want to use up, you got so much fertility in there, you want to use up every second, and he'd answer a question. You have 92 seconds left. And I kept saying, I'll take them. And he said, you have 92 seconds left. He goes, this is not what he wanted. He left a lot of time on the board. But I went right down to the last second. I didn't want to go a little bit over because I know they'd cut me. They would have cut me. But they were very fair. Actually, CNN, shockingly, honestly. They were very fair. They want to do another one. We're doing one with Fox if she shows up. I don't think she's going to show up. She can't talk. She can read a teleprompter. I'd give her about a 6 on a scale of 10, 6. For talking, I'd give her less than a 1. We need people that can talk. Kamala pledged to give free taxpayer-funded health care to all illegal aliens. How do you like that idea? Which will destroy Social Security. She called for the abolition of ICE. Listen, ICE, I know some people here. 2 of them are really tough guys. They're fighters. They're vicious people. They're good, tough people. They don't want to work for ICE. ICE will go into a pack of MS-13 killers and thugs. And for about 2 minutes, you just see fists flying back and forth, and then they stand up and they win, and they grab them, they throw them in a paddy wagon, they get them the hell out of the country. And she's calling them the equivalent of KKK, okay? And she loves deadly sanctuary cities. By the way, all of the things you're hearing now, she's now denying. But, the one good thing about the internet, you press a button and you got it. Although they are trying to delete everything. They changed the picture of me from a couple of weeks ago, and they really radicalized it. They changed it, using AI. They changed it. They had all the people on the stage who were angry, and they were smart and sharp and very brave, and they had them all big smiles on their face. Can you believe that? They put the agents, who I have to tell you, say what you want, Those people were brave. They were running to me, and the bullets were flying. The Secret Service, they were very brave. They were very brave, I can say. They were very brave. They were running at me, and they knew the bullets were going right over my head. At that point, the first one was not a good situation. Not a good situation. That was really something incredible. That was from God. That was from God. Because the chances, that was from God. For all of you non-believers, that one was for God, right? Boom. That was a close one. But I just want to say, while I'm here, though, they were very brave. They pounced on me. They pounced on me, and I heard those things whizzing over me. They were whizzing, and I have to say that because people take abuse, and there were mistakes made. There were mistakes made, pretty bad ones, but the bravery of that moment was incredible, and also that the sniper, the Secret Service, who was a phenomenal, talented shooter, one bullet from hundreds of yards away, if he doesn't hit his target, and he hit his target, boom. But from hundreds if he doesn't hit the target, then you have Corey and a lot of other people that are dead. Corey was great. Two other great gentlemen, warriors, great Trump people. We love them. And they're really, we thought they were going to be gone too. The doctors were incredible. They did a great job, an unbelievable job. But if that sniper, and he had 5 seconds to think. He did not know about it beforehand, by the way. He had 5 seconds. He saw the flash, and he knew what that was. And within 5 seconds, he got off his shot. One bullet, think of it, one bullet, and that was the end. Otherwise, you would have had many people dead. He did a hell of a job. And that was from a very far distance. That was from basically about triple the distance. It was a much longer shot. So we want to thank him, and we want to thank all of the people in Secret Service for their bravery, because they were very brave. I mean, this was a bad thing. Very brave. But she refuses to even say the words illegal alien or radical Islamic terrorist. She says nope. And the main thing, think of this, she wants to let mass amnesty and citizenship. She wants all illegals to have mass amnesty. Everybody can. Even criminals, because many of them that are coming in are from prisons and jails and mental institutions, insane asylums. They hate when I use Dr. Hannibal Lecter as the late, great Hannibal Lecter. Oh, they go, look at all the media back there. Look at all the fake news. That's a lot of fake news. That's a lot of fake news, Bert. But she doesn't want to get involved. Look, here's a story. When a politician says something young in life, that's where they are. That's what they believe in. Defund the police, all the things that she said. That's where she would go if she ever got the chance. She's never going to get the chance. Our country will be destroyed. She's worse than Biden. She's worse than Bernie Sanders. She's Bernie Sanders, but not as smart. That's the way I view her. I said she's a dumb version of Bernie Sanders, and actually further left than him. She supports mandatory gun confiscation. I'm sure you wouldn't mind that. Would anybody mind if they came into your house and took away your gun or your guns? I'm shocked. I'm shocked to hear that. She's for taking away all of your guns. The problem is they won't take them away from the bad guy. The bad guy's not giving up the guns. The good guys are going to, oh, well, yes, ma'am, here's my gun, thank you. Now you're totally defenseless in your house. No, you can't do that. She said that a 70 to 80% tax hike is, quote, a bold idea that should be discussed. Oh, that's nice. She co-sponsored the $100 trillion Green New Scam. She wants to abolish all oil and coal and natural gas. We want to work on wind. We want to have wind blowing. She vowed to ban fracking. She wants the government to stop people from eating red meat. She wants to get rid of your cows. No more cows. No more cows. Oh, it's serious. You know, in Europe, you smile and you think about it. But in Europe, they're sort of doing it. They don't want any cattle. She wants to get rid of gas-powered cars and replace them with all electric. They don't go far. They cost too much. They're all made in China. Other than that, they're fantastic. And I'm for electric cars. I have to be, you know, because Elon endorsed me very strongly, Elon. So I have no choice. But he knows. No, I am for him. I'm for him for a small slice is a slice. But you want to have gas-propelled cars. You want to have hybrids. You want to have every kind of a car imaginable. They want to go all electric. And there's no way you can ever load them up. They call them loading them. You can't load them. We're going to have to spend $9 trillion. In the Middle West, you saw they built chargers. Now, a charger is a gas pump with electricity come through. Is that good? So it's like for 8 chargers, they spent $9 billion. Is that a good deal? So at that rate, it would be $10 trillion to charge up the country. The whole thing is crazy, right, Mr. Preacher? She wants to get rid of 2 very special words to me. And I came up with this because I noticed when you went into stores, I used to go into stores. Now I wouldn't want to go into stores because they have everything under lock and key. You ever see they have bars up, they have glass up? I don't know how you can do business like that. I'd like to buy a toothpaste, please. Oh, wait till the clerk comes. 25 minutes. The clerk. They open this heavy glass armored door. How the hell do you make money doing that? It used to be that if somebody robbed your store, you would be very tough about it, right? Now, Kamala started this. Anything under $1,000, you can do whatever you want. And these guys are sitting out there. You ever see them? They've got paper. Okay, you go ahead. Oop, that's over that. Drop that back. Put that. There's no crime if it's less than $1,000. She's the one who started it. She is a lunatic. She wants to get rid of these 2 very special words. You remember I used to bring it up all the time in 2016. By the way, we did much better in 2020 than we did in 2016, but these are minor details. We did much better. They said, what was the difference? I said, well, we got millions of more votes. As you know that too. But we're not going to let that happen again. Ready? The 2 words are Merry Christmas. She doesn't want anybody saying Merry Christmas. Now she's denying it, and then they found the tape last night. She's such a liar. She denies all this stuff. She said, I was not the border czar. She was the New York Times has a headline, border czar. She was the border czar. She was the worst border czar. She was the worst czar in history. Kamala's radical ideas belong in a San Francisco commune filled with far-left freaks, but they do not belong in the White House. They do not belong in the United States of America. This November, Georgia is going to tell Kamala that we will not let her turn America into a communist country. Remember I used to say, we will never be a socialist country. Well, I was right. They skipped socialism. I was right. It will never be a socialist country. I'd say that. State of the Union, I said, we will not ever allow our country to be a socialist country. I was right. It's gone communist. It skipped socialism. It never stopped. The train never stopped at the socialism world. The world of socialism, not a good one, but the world of communism is many times worse. Now that they've swapped out Biden, is he going to the Democrat convention? That's the big question. I'd like to go to watch Kamala get sworn in as they ripped it away from him. They took away his presidency. What do you think, Mr. Congressman? You had a very good speech. Didn't he make a good speech? What do you think about ripping away their socialism there? What do you think about ripping away the guy's presidency, right? No, it's not democracy. Remember the words they use? They are a threat to democracy. They've been saying that about me for 7 years. I think I got shot because of that, okay? People said, he's a threat to democracy. No, I'm the one that is saving democracy. It's true. They're a threat. Thank you. Thank you. Wow. That's nice. Thank you, Marjorie. No, we're saving democracy. Wow. I'm going to use that more often. I've never used that before. I'm always hitting them. I should say instead, I'm going to save democracy and get a nice big applause. It is true, though, certain phrases get amazing response, like, I will keep men out of women's sports. Now you find out I'm right. I used to use the barbells. I thought, now all you have to do is look at the boxers. This young girl from Italy, a champion boxer, she got hit so hard she didn't know what the hell hit her. It's a person that transitioned. He was a good male boxer. Yeah. He was a good male boxer. And she didn't even go down. He hit her with 2 jabs, and she said, I'm out. How crazy is it? The weightlifters are great, though, because they put a 1/4 of an ounce here, a 1/4 of an ounce here. And she goes, by the way, First Lady of the United States hates when I do this. She says, it's so damn unpresidential. I said, but the people like it. Right, Marjorie? She doesn't like it. She's a very elegant woman. She doesn't like it. Should I do it, Marjorie? So, no, our First Lady, she said, you know, your speech was great, but this weightlifting thing is so unelegant. And please don't imitate him not being able to find stairs, because every time you do it, they say it was you that couldn't find the stairs. So, I'm very careful, because the press is among the most dishonest human beings in history. They know. Bruce knows. The great Bruce Lavelle. Stand up, Bruce. He's been with me from before I ran. He was with me in 2014, saying that guy in New York should run. He'll be great president. That was long before I even ran. I didn't even know about it. I think you might have convinced me to run. I don't know. Some of these people, you know, some people have been with me long before I ran. They would say, Trump should run. That we had Romney. Remember Romney? And they did polls. Romney and Paul Ryan, what a combination that was. Whoops, there we go off Fox. Fox just won. No, Paul Ryan's on the board of Fox. What a mistake that was. But they had Romney and Paul Ryan. What a team that was. They got clobbered. They got clobbered. The choice of this election could not be more stark. On the one hand, you have a radical left freak. You have a candidate who is fake, fake, fake. On the other hand, you have a president who will fight, fight, fight for America. Fight, fight, fight. I will, I promise. I will. By the way, the fire marshal, I love him. Could the school people allow, there's some seats right up there. They could let him come in. I don't know what you're doing. I don't know what you're doing. Let the people come in. They're standing outside, thousands of them. Let them come in. It's obviously, Marjorie, a very liberal school, I guess, right? I'm not happy with the school. Let them come in. They're standing. It's 95 degrees out. Let them come in. There's some seats. And they got thousands of people. They won't let them in. A Harris presidency. You know why? Because they don't want to show that we're successful. That's all it is. They don't want to show. She has to go get entertainers. They start leaving as soon as she opens her mouth. Well, Hillary used to do that, too. I remember she got Bruce Springsteen. I'm not a huge fan. I have a bad trait. I only like people that like me. Does that make sense? And these people like me, Bert, right? These people like me. No, Hillary used to do it all the time. She got the idea from Hillary. Hillary got Bruce Springsteen, I'll never forget. And the place was pretty full. Not full like our places are full. And I don't have a guitar. I don't have a guitar, but our places are bigger. We get more people than anybody. I don't care how many guitars they have. You know, in New Jersey, we had 107,000 people come. Nobody has that. Nobody. In Alabama, we had 68,000 people. In South Carolina, we had 82,000 people. That had closed up the whole state. We even did one in the South Bronx in New York. Rough place, but boy, it was love. 25,000 people. It was love. It was love. But I'll never forget that Hillary, and they were all saying, oh, she drew, 25,000 people or something. Then he finished with the concert. She starts speaking, and everyone's leaving. I said, that's not working out so good. That's not working out, right? But I don't know. You have to be real. If people show up, people show up. But to do that, I don't know. There's something pretty phony about it. But she had somebody. Who did she have? Who was the entertainer that she had, Yeah, that's what I think. By the way, the entertainer couldn't fill the place either. Even with the help of the school's trying to get students, please go. This is embarrassing to us. Please go. No. Wasn't Hillary a beauty when I campaigned against her? She said, look at him. Look at him. Just look at those words he uses. He will start wars. No, I had no wars. I got rid of ISIS, 100% of ISIS, but that was already started. I was the one that had no wars, first time in 80 years. In California, Harris was the original Marxist prosecutor. She was in the role of Fannie Willis. Has anybody ever heard of Fannie Willis? You know, Fannie Willis is a good friend of your governor. You know that? Your governor. I'm not a fan of your governor, but she was in the role of Fannie Willis or Larry Krasner, George Gascon, Alvin Bragg of New York. Oh, he goes after me. He goes after me because of the Justice Department. Never happened before. The DA of San Francisco, Harris, shielded illegal alien crack dealers from deportation. She wouldn't let them be deported. She fought like hell. She wouldn't arrest criminals of the worst kind. She wouldn't arrest murderers. She wouldn't arrest anybody. The state has gone to hell. Gavin Newsom is the worst, one of the worst guys. Gavin Newsom. But she was the one that started it. She ruined San Francisco, ruined California. As California Attorney General, she defined and redefined child sex trafficking, assault with a deadly weapon, and rape of an unconscious person raped as nonviolent. These were nonviolent crimes. We shouldn't even prosecute these people. To help spring child predators and dangerous criminals out of prison all over the state. And during the left-wing riots of 2020, you saw that, she urged her followers to donate to bail rapists and murderers out of jail while saying that the violent mobs should not stop. They should not stop. She said she was endorsing to fund the police, and she said, violent mobs, let the violent mobs keep going. Let them keep going. We love what they're doing. We love what they represent. This is the lunatic that the fake news is trying to build up to be the next Margaret Thatcher. You know, 4 months ago, she was considered grossly incompetent by the fake news. Now they're saying, oh, isn't she wonderful? Isn't she wonderful? No, she's not wonderful. So we have to work hard to define her. I don't want to even define her. I just want to say who she is. She's a horror show. She'll destroy our country. For years, she has pushed legislation to strip police officers of any protection. They have no protection. Anything they do, they get sued, they go bankrupt, they lose their house, they lose their family, they lose their pension. They ruin their lives. They want to ruin their lives. She was the worst at ruining police officers. And by the way, I have the endorsement of virtually every police organization in the United States. Almost every. And when I'm president of the United States, again, we will never defund the police. We will only overfund. We're going to overfund the police if we have to. I will always give our law enforcement heroes the protection, resources, and respect that they so dearly deserve. And like other Marxist DAs, and she was the first of them. She was horrible. She was horrible. She had a very good friend named Willie Brown. I liked Willie Brown. He knows more about her than anybody's ever known. He could tell you every single thing about her. Could tell you stories that you're not going to want to hear. Like other Marxist DAs, Kamala supports abolishing cash bail, which means bloodthirsty criminals that just killed somebody can immediately leave custody, go out and kill somebody else, which, by the way, they often do. Under these kinds of woke, radical left policies, Atlanta is like a killing field, and your governor ought to get off his ass and do something about it. Just a few weeks ago, 2 13-year-old boys were murdered and an 11-year-old was shot while sitting outside their house in southwest Atlanta. In June, a 47-year-old man, a 69-year-old woman, and a 70-year-old woman were shot in the middle of the day, shot right through the head in the food court of Peachtree Center. What a nice name. In downtown Atlanta, where you can't even walk anymore. The shooter had been previously arrested 11 times, but they think it was 24 times. He'd gone to prison for assault and armed robbery many times. Since I was president, aggravated assaults in Atlanta are up 17%, and there's a 20% increase in shoplifting and a 90% increase in overall crime. Murders are up massively. Murders, you go to the store, I want to buy a loaf of bread, darling. You come back, ma'am, I'm sorry, but your husband's been killed. He went for bread across the street. He's been shot to death, ma'am. Nationwide, there's been a 43% increase in violent crimes since I left office, including a 58% increase in rape, 89% increase in aggravated assault, and a 56% increase in stone-cold robbery. July 4th weekend in Chicago, 117 people were shot. 100, I'm not talking about I'm talking about shot. Not aimed at and missed, but I can guarantee you that number was big. But 117 people were shot. Of the 117, 17 died. Many are going to be incapacitated. They're going to be working for the rest of their lives just to move. Many are paralyzed. Many of those people are paralyzed right now. Nobody ever talks about that. So 117 people shot, 17 died, many very seriously hurt for the rest of their lives. If Kamala wins, it will be crime, chaos, and death all across our country. We're going to have just the opposite. You know, it's up to the governors and the mayors to run things, but with Minnesota, which was a disaster, Minneapolis, the crimes. You remember the CNN reporter? This is a friendly riot. Oh, please, I'd rather not use the word riot. This is a friendly get-together. And behind him, the whole city is burning down. Remember that? Remember, it was like the flames were going like for miles. And then he got hit on the knee with something. I think it was a hand grenade that didn't go off. Remember him with the shaved head? Ding, 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 shaved his head. How do I look? Great. Then he goes down, a hand grenade hits him. How do I look, darling? Oh, you look great. They call it the summer of love, remember? They took over Seattle, 20%. If I didn't have the soldiers ready to go that morning, that Seattle would still be occupied. They actually took over a large percentage of Seattle. Portland, what they did with Portland. You know, I was in the real estate business. I love storefronts, beautiful bronze. I love bronze and beautiful everything. Storefronts, so beautiful. In Portland, you know they have a storefront? Their storefronts have been so decimated, they use old 2x4s with a wooden door. No glass, no windows. It's the worst looking avenue I've ever seen because, and I spoke to people that have shops there, but they don't have them anymore, they've all fled. But the few people that remain, they have wooden storefronts made out of old lumber, and they said, no, anything we put up, including this, will be knocked down the next time, and it happens on a weekly basis. And nobody does anything about it. If I didn't bring out, they knew the military was coming in the next day in Seattle. If they didn't know that, and they fled, they all said, oh, it's about time to get it. You know, when they were doing monuments in Washington, Marjorie knows this, I got an old bill, because I doubt we could ever get Congress to pass one like this, and they were trying to rip down monuments, and then it was Abraham Lincoln. They were going to rip down the monument to Abraham Lincoln. They were ripping down other monuments. They didn't care who it was. They just wanted to destroy our country. And I took this old bill from 1889. Today, you wouldn't have the guts to sign a thing like that, although they should. They should make it even tougher. And it said, if you desecrate or even touch a monument in any way, shape, or form, you go to jail for 10 years, and there's no shortened sentence. There's no shortened sentence. There's no, like, you get 9 years off for good behavior. No, it's 10 years, and you're not allowed to even do that. No judge is allowed to do it. In fact, it was so old when I had it. I'm saying, this is an old sucker. This thing is old. But I reinstituted it. It was so severe, frankly, that they didn't use it. And then I had a press conference, remember, and I announced anybody. And people were, you know, doing lassos of those gorgeous horses and all the things up there. And yet you saw it the other day. They were doing it again in Washington, D.C. with spray paint into limestone and granite. You know, the limestone, it's a very porous stone. I was very good at this. I was a builder, as you may have heard. And the limestone, that paint goes in there, sucks. In 100 years, you'll see that. There's nothing you can do. It just goes right in. It's very, very porous. It's sand, basically. Beautiful sand, beautiful lions, beautiful monuments, the bells and everything. Desecrated. And I wonder what happened to those people. Probably nothing, right? Probably nothing. What they did tremendous damage. They did tremendous damage. But so I announced this bill, and the bill, I had a press conference to announce it. And I said, 10 years for anybody even touching any of our beautiful monuments. You know what happened? It was a beautiful sight. I saw thousands of asses, only the back, walking out of town. Some were running. They didn't want to do anything. They just wanted to get the hell out of town. And that was the end of the problem. We didn't have any more problem. We had no more problem after that. There was no problem, and that was the end. You didn't hear about it after that, Mr. Congressman, did we? Collins, good speaker he is. He's got a future. Does he have a future, Marjorie? I don't know. Got the look. He's got the hair. Good job. I watched. Good job. We will restore law and order to America. We will bring back public safety to the great state of Georgia, which is doing very badly in that way. And on day one, we will seal the border, stop the invasion, and send the illegal aliens back home, and we'll do it very quickly. Right? For 3.5 years, Border Czar Harris, and again, she refuses to acknowledge that she was the border czar. She was the worst manager we've ever had, ever. And by the way, all of the people in charge of the border, they've all endorsed me. They said he was the greatest president we've ever had. Tom Homan, you know, Brandon Judd, all of those guys, they've all endorsed me. And they said, she's the worst. I mean, it's hard for them to say that, but, you know, they said there's never been anybody so incompetent. For 3.5 years, Border Czar Harris has allowed terrorists and criminals to pour across our wide-open border. And now she's denying it. You can't fall for it. Disinformation. Deny for a year. We'd never done. Nothing happened. We were great. We were so tough. And some people will start to believe it, you know. They used the word brainwash. Did you ever hear the word brainwash? Mitt Romney's father used that word. It wasn't good when he used that word. It destroyed his career. But they were brainwashed. Some people they hear it over and over again. how bad they were, and they say how great a job they did. They did great, they did great. They say it again and again, and all of a sudden people, and don't forget, it's not their main thing. They're accountants, they're lawyers, they're taxi drivers, they're carpenters, they're electricians. They hear it over and over again. All of a sudden they say, she was really great on the border, wasn't she? No, she was a disaster. She has destroyed our country. We're going to bring it back, but she has destroyed our country. She's incompetent. They're coming from South America. They're coming from Asia. They're coming from Africa and the Middle East, from prisons and jails. They're coming from all over the world. They're not just coming from South America. Everyone thinks, oh, South America, they want to vote in Spanish, and they're going to like, by the way, we are doing better with the Hispanic population, I think, now than they are. So that's not working out too well. But they're coming from all over the world, not just South America. They're coming from the Congo in Africa. A lot are coming from the Congo, from prisons. Where do you come from? The Congo. Oh, what's your address? We live in prison. What did you do? Murder. Oh. Welcome to the United States of America. It's lovely to have you. The only good thing is, I say this all the time, these people are so violent and vicious that are being brought into our country. They're so violent, so vicious, that they make our gang members and bad people and criminals look like the nicest people on earth. So when we see an MS-13, some person now, we say, well, they're not that bad. These are the worst people anywhere in the world coming into our country. They're coming in at levels that nobody's ever seen before. There's nothing good about it. There's nothing can be made of it. And they're actually trying to get them to sign up and vote. They don't even speak the language. They don't even know where the hell they are. They want them to sign up and vote. And we have the head of our great Republican Party here, and he is not letting it happen wherever you may be. Right? Wherever you may be. Doing a great job. You know that, right? They're coming in, and they're trying to sign them up. Because I used to say, like, only two reasons this could be happening. They hate our country, or they're stupid. Well, they're not stupid, because anybody that can cheat on elections that good is not stupid. And they do, I really believe they do, to a certain extent, hate our country, because, you know, why? But I never really talked about the third reason, because it's so sinister. But they want to sign these people up to vote. And if they do that, this country is destroyed. We become a dumping ground for the entire world, and we're not going to take it anymore. Just a few months ago, right here in your state, I met with the devastated family, what a beautiful family, of Laken Riley, the brilliant 22-year-old nursing student, topper of her class, who was out for a jog on the campus of the University of Georgia when she was assaulted, beaten, and horrifically killed. Her family was, I mean, look, they'll never be the same. Incredible family. Kamala Harris let in the savage monster who murdered Laken Riley. He was an illegal alien who was in Border Patrol custody, but under Harris's policies, instead of being deported immediately and fast, he was set free into America. Please enjoy your stay. Laken's blood is on Kamala Harris's hands, and she was in charge of the border. But there are many, many people like that. Laken is not the only one. Kamala is responsible for the death, as though she was standing there watching it herself. She was responsible, and for so many more. 3 days after releasing Laken's killer into the United States, Harris went on television and lied to the American people, saying the border is secure. Quote, the border is secure. What kind of a politician lies to Americans about keeping the border open while precious young girls are being assaulted and killed? And Laken is one where the press was, I mean, very strong on it, but there are thousands of people that are being killed and being criminalized and victimized by these people that are pouring into our country. I call it migrant crime. We now have migrant crime in our country. It's a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime, and it's vicious, and it's really bad. Kamala Harris should not be asking for your vote. She should be begging Laken Riley's family for forgiveness, and Joe Biden never would mention her name. You remember when Biden wouldn't mention her name, then all of a sudden, because Laken was really, that was a big deal. That was a very horrible, just horrific. And he wouldn't mention her name, and then he finally did it, and he called her the wrong name. Lincoln, right? Called her Lincoln. Good coach, Lincoln Riley. Good coach. Maybe that's where it came from, but called her Lincoln. And he was so bad, such a bad precedent. Such a bad president, and precedent was set by having him as a president. He was a disaster for this country. You get angry talking about it because it's almost impossible to believe you can be that bad. You know, people like certain people, and I understand it. They could have different beliefs, different policies. Like Ronald Reagan, he had something special about him. There was an aura, right? I didn't agree with him on trade. I didn't think he was as good on trade as he could have been tougher on trade, but he had something special. They all, but this last group, there's nothing they have nothing. I call him Crooked Joe for a reason. He's crooked. I also call him Sleepy Joe. He's sleepy, he's crooked, he's incompetent, he's dumb. And she's worse. If Harris wins, a never-ending stream of illegal alien rapists, MS-13 animals, and child predators will flood into your communities. If I win on day one, we will begin the largest deportation operation in American history. Have no choice. We have no choice. No country can sustain this. We have no choice, and we will immediately expel every single criminal that Baltazar Harris has allowed into our country. No country can sustain it. In a recent CBS poll, 62% of Americans support large-scale deportation, and others are saying it's 83%, 85%, including 53% of Hispanic voters because they see what's happening. By the way, the Hispanic voter and me have like this special relationship. I understand them. They're very entrepreneurial, very smart, but they also understand security better than anybody. And they don't want to have murderers released into our country. They don't want, it's very interesting. When I built, I built massive amounts of the wall. The wall was incredible. We built it, and hundreds of miles of wall, and they wanted it more than anybody because it worked. You know, remember I used to say 2 things work. Everything else is obsolete after 2. You do a new computer, in about 3 weeks it's totally obsolete. Nobody wants it. 2 things have never been obsolete: wheels and walls. Wheels work and walls work. And you have a lot of different things becoming obsolete, but the wheel and the walls work. Harris wants to be the president for criminals and illegal aliens. I will be the president for law-abiding Americans of every race, religion, color, and creed. And it's no wonder the Democrat Party and their thugs are so desperate to stop us. They know that we are the only ones who can stop them. We're the only ones who are going to be able to stop them. Nobody else is going to be able to stop these lunatics. All of their persecution of me is only happening because I am running for president and leading very big in all of the polls. If I wasn't running for president, I could be vacationing next to one of the many beautiful oceans of the world as the waves come in. Beautiful, but it's boring. I'd rather be with you, figuring out this mess that we've gotten ourselves into. We're going to figure it out. We've got it figured out. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now we have 2 things we have to do. We have to vote, and we have to make sure that we stop them from cheating, because they cheat like dogs. I don't know if you've heard, but the Georgia State Election Board is in a very positive way. This is a very positive thing, Marjorie. They're on fire. They're doing a great job. 3 members, Janice Johnson, Rick Jeffries, and Janelle King. 3 people are all pit bulls fighting for honesty, transparency, and victory. They're fighting. Are they here? Where are they? Where are they? Where are they? Thank you. What a job. Thank you. Thank you. Wow. But we have a couple of other members that aren't so good. We have some that aren't so good, but these 3 are really doing the job because they don't want to see this happen. That will destroy our country. They just passed a rule for Georgia elections requiring that 3 people at each precinct independently count the total number of ballots before certification. Who could be against that? Who could be against it? Thank you, Janice, very much. That's really amazing. Thank you all. Thank you all. Those are great people. I'd say brave, but I mean, to you, it's like that you got to do what you have to do, right? It's not like a question of brave. They said I was brave 2 weeks ago. I had to do what I had to do. It's not like brave, right? It's just we do the right thing. Go. Thank you. My courage was contagious. Well, your courage is contagious, too. Thank you. Thank you. Nice. It's amazing. People want it. That's what they want. Thank you, Janice. That's great. And those 3 people are incredible. Let me give you the bad news. It's that for whatever reason, Brad Raffensperger and Brian Kemp, your governor, who I got elected, by the way. If it wasn't for me, he would not be your governor. I think everybody knows that. He's a very disloyal person, isn't he? Very disloyal. But these 2 are doing everything possible. Plus, your attorney general would like to see him show up and do something. Right? I mean, look at the love and adulation and applause, because this is like a poll. This is like a poll. We have thousands of people. That's better than going out and paying $500,000 to have some pollster go out and poll 212 people. Look at this. Look at the love they have for Janice. That's what people want. They want to have honest elections, and they want to have strong borders, you know? Very simple. But your governor, Kemp, and Raffensperger are doing everything possible to make 2024 difficult for Republicans to win. What are they doing? I don't know. They got something in mind, you know. They got a little something in mind. Kemp is very bad for the Republican Party. He wouldn't do anything. You know, we have Burt Jones over here. We have Burt Jones. All he wanted in the Senate was to have a special resolution passed, and it was all done. Every senator wanted it. Every Republican wanted it. And we have Senator Beach here someplace, too. Where is Senator Beach? Oh, I can't forget him. We can't forget him. A warrior, you know that, and many others in this group. But all they wanted was to have just a special. We want to go over the election. We want to look because there's too many things. And the governor wouldn't sign it. And I knew he would because I got him elected. I sent a young guy over to his office. Would you please have him sign this? And the kid came back. He said, sir, he won't sign. Of course he will. I got him elected. Give me a break. Of course he will. No, he wouldn't. And then I said, well, go back over. Tell him it's for me. It's a good thing, not a bad thing. They want to look into possible election fraud. Wouldn't you say, Senator, that's a good thing, right? They want to look into election fraud. It comes back, sir, I said it was for you. This was a few years later, after I won him the election. Don't forget, I endorsed him, and you had a very good man, Casey Cagle, your lieutenant governor. He was going to win easily. And David Perdue, where's David? I love David, but that was his only mistake. He said, sir, would you endorse a friend of mine, Brian Kemp? I said, who's Brian Kemp? He said, he's a friend of mine, sir. And Sonny came too. This was probably the only mistake of David's life. That was a beauty, David. Thanks, David. I appreciate it. And I endorsed this guy. He was like way down on the list. He was doing terribly. And he immediately, you know, my endorsement means a lot, and I'm very careful with it. And I endorsed him, and he won in a landslide. And then he said, I can't beat Stacey Abrams. I can't beat her. She's going to be too tough. And she felt that too, by the way. She still feels it. You know, she's constantly saying she won the election. She can say it, but I'm not allowed to say it. I'm not allowed to say it. And Michaela, I love you, Michaela. I'm in love with Michaela. Please explain that to Melania. Please explain that to our First Lady. You're fantastic. Now, you are a special person. But I endorsed him, and then she said, I can't beat Stacey Abrams. He said that, and his wife said it too. I said, well, you won the nomination, so let's do some big rallies. And I did them out at an airport, massive rallies, 55,000 and 52,000. There may have even been a third, I don't know. I remember 2 monster rallies. And I said, you're going to win. He said, I don't think so, sir. I said, no, you're going to win. I'm telling you. I can tell the vibe of the people. I'm like, I think, David, 287-0 in the last 12 months with endorsements. People respect my endorsement, and I respect them, and I love them. I love them. But so I did these 2 big rallies, and he won. He did win. He won by like 2%. And his wife looked at me and said, thank you, sir. We'll never, ever be able to repay you for what you did. You got my husband the nomination, and then we beat somebody who was unbeatable. You know, she was, in theory, unbeatable. She was the hottest politician in the country at the time. Democrat politician, I would say I was hotter because I was president. So I was hotter than I'm only kidding, Marjorie. I'm only kidding. Although maybe I'm not kidding, actually. No, she was like the hottest, certainly the hottest Democrat politician in the country. And she was going wild for years. She's still going wild. She can't even believe it. But I got him by doing massive rallies. And I really worked hard. He's the most disloyal guy I think I've ever seen. But think of the wife. We can never repay you for what you've done, sir. We could have never won. And now she said 2 weeks ago that I will not endorse him because he hasn't earned my endorsement. I haven't earned her endorsement. I have nothing to do with her. Somewhere he went bad. And you know what? Your numbers in Georgia are very average. Your crime numbers, your economic numbers, all of your numbers, you're very average. You can do a lot better, and you'll do a lot better with a better governor. You can do a lot better, just so you understand. But I don't want her endorsement. I don't want his endorsement. I just want them to do their job for Georgia. And you know what? He's the governor. He ought to support his Republican Party. Because if he's not, if he doesn't have his Republican Party, I could tell you where he came from, and it wasn't good. And you have a great leader of the Republican Party right here. Stand up, please. He has done an unbelievable job. And he has to work like hell with a governor that doesn't help him. And Raffensperger ought to make sure that the vote is honest. And they don't want the vote to be honest. In my opinion, they want us to lose. That's actually my opinion. And we can't let that happen. Because if we lose Georgia, we lose the whole thing and our country goes to hell. Because we can't have her be president of the United States. She's grossly incompetent. We can't let that happen. They're the ones, don't forget, who got Fonnie Willis and her lover boy boyfriend all jazzed up. This guy, the governor, you know what? She's an embarrassment to the state of Georgia. He's the governor of Georgia. He ought to do something. Many, many people, their lives have been, forget about me, many people, I'm used to it. It's true. I'm used to fake crap that goes on with these politicians. But many, many people, their lives have been destroyed because of Fonnie, F-A-N-I, Fonnie. You have to pronounce it Fonnie. It's called Fanny. You have to pronounce Fonnie. I don't know how she gets. She should add a little U in there someplace if she wants people to call her. No, her and her lover, right? Loverboy Wade. She hired him because of experience. Paid him almost $1 million a year for experience. He's got great experience. He never did a thing like this in his life. He knew nothing about it. The only thing he knew about was something else. He knew about that. That's all he knew about. He didn't know a damn thing. Do you know him? Have you ever met him? Yeah, a couple of times. You ever see the phone records, phone calls being made at 3 o'clock in the morning, like every single night, phone call from her house? And he said, no, not well. I don't know her well. No. And this governor, I assume, I don't know, he could straighten it out because his state has become a laughingstock over it. And you know what? I love this state. I won this state twice, in my opinion. Once I won, and I did much better the second time. And Bert knows it, and Beach knows it, and everybody else knows it. He could have ended the travesty with a phone call because I did nothing wrong, and neither did all of those good people that are being persecuted. People in their 80s, they sign something, because they see what's going on. I guarantee if I took a vote of this audience, if I said, what do you think? I won't do that. They'll come and indict you if you say that, right? Now, they can say it. Stacey Abrams can say that she won the election, is fine. But if we say we won the election, and we did, that's not fine. We can't do it. Hillary Clinton is still complaining about the election, even though she called me up that night and conceded. But Hillary Clinton is constantly complaining about it. Nothing happens to her. We have two sides of justice, and we can't do it anymore. We have to get back to making America great again. We don't have time for this nonsense. I mean, Fani wanted to indict a certain U.S. senator who had nothing at all. He's saying, why are they calling me? I won't use his name because I don't want to hurt him. But she wanted to indict, and somebody along the way stopped her from doing it. She had many, many more people. She was going to indict almost everybody that came into the state for a visit. But Kemp doesn't want to end it because he's a bad guy, he's a disloyal guy, and he's a very average governor. Little Brian Kemp. Bad guy. But think of it. I got this guy, just think, and then that's it. I got this guy nominated, I then got him elected. Without me, he doesn't get nominated and he doesn't get elected. He had no chance of winning either one, and all he had to do is sign something where the Senate would like to look at election integrity. This is an honest man. That's an honest man. They were all honest. They were looking at something very legitimate. And this bad guy said, I'm sorry, sir. I can't do it. I called him. And I said, Brian, they're looking at election integrity. Is there anything you can do? I'm sorry, sir. I can't get involved in that. I said, but Brian, you don't understand. This is a good thing, not a bad thing. I'm sorry, sir. I can't get involved. I've had you up to here, Brian. I've had you up to here. He's a bad guy, and he's not doing this country a good service. People are looking at Georgia with Fani and her lover and all of the other things, saying, what the hell is going on in Georgia? What the hell is going on? The radical left Democrats rigged the presidential election in 2020, and we're not going to let them rig the presidential election in 2024. Every time the radical left Democrats, Marxists, communists, fascists indict me, I consider it a great badge of honor. I do. Because I'm being indicted for you. You know, my father and mother are looking down. They were great people. They're saying, my son got indicted like 4 times. Al Capone didn't get indicted 4 times. He would kill you if he didn't like your look. If you looked at him in the slightly, that's a nice shirt. Scarface, Al Capone, the most evil man. He didn't get indicted like Trump. I got indicted for what? I'm protesting an election that was rigged. This guy didn't get indicted. My father would say, but Alphonse Capone didn't get indicted. He killed hundreds of people. If he took you out for dinner, even you, see you two guys, would you stand up with the MAGA black, please? Stand up, please. Look at these two guys. Who the hell is going to mess? Who's going to mess with them? MAGA black. MAGA black. I love them. I like them better than you, Bruce. Now, those are two tough cookies. But if Alphonse Capone didn't like you because you insulted him slightly at dinner, that was the end of you fellas, I have to tell you. And he didn't get like me. Think of it. How crazy is the world? And thank you for being here. You're good-looking guys. Better looking than Bruce, I'll tell you right now. Much. Stand up, Bruce. Never forget, thank you. But never forget, our enemies want to take away my freedom because I will never let them take away your freedom. They want to silence me because I will never let them silence you. And in the end, they're not after me, they're after you. I just happen to be standing in their way. So I want to introduce a few warriors, if I could, please. And they're incredible people. They really are. And, you know, every night I do this where I get in trouble because I'm always leaving somebody out. I'm leaving a congressman out. I'm leaving a guy. It's brutal. So I end up going on the internet and thanking him, and I love him and all the stuff, or her. But, you know, it's always tricky. But I know these are people that are here, and I want to just thank them for joining us. Your great Lieutenant Governor, who's really great, Burt Jones. And his father is here. You know, his father's a legend he's a legend, literally, in Georgia as an incredible politician. And then he left. He didn't lose. He left, and he went into business, and he's been tremendously successful. He really is a legend. His name is Bill Jones. Does anybody know Bill Jones? Bill? Where is Bill? Good. I saw him backstage. He's fantastic. Representative Mike Collins. Thank you, Mike. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mike. Thank you. Where is the preacher that was back there talking to me? Where is he? Huh? Because he went with your father. Oh, your father's smart. I always said that. Stays with those preachers. Rick Allen and Marjorie Taylor Greene. Thank you, Rick. Thanks, Rick. Great job, Rick. Thank you, Marjorie. You know, I've known Marjorie from the beginning, and she's an amazing political person. I don't like to say politician. She's beyond that. She's really loved and respected by so many people. And in Washington, when she calls, they get very nervous. Oh, please. She's fantastic. So I thank you both for being here. Appreciate it. And a future congressman, he'll be one of your besties. He's been with me for 8 years. And, you know, he always wanted to be a congressman. Then his district opened up, and he said, do you think I could do it? I said, you have my complete and total endorsement. Brian Jack. Brian Jack. Great guy. He's going to be a great congressman. And it's what he wanted to be. And he's fantastic. You guys are going to love Brian, right, Marjorie? You're gonna... Also, we alluded to him and talked about him, but I'm going to talk about him very positively. He was really a great senator. He was a great man in so many different ways. He was respected more than anybody. I mean, everybody respected him in Washington. Very successful businessman that he ran for office, a little bit like the Trump schedule of events. But he was really a fantastic person in Washington, somebody that I was very close to, David Perdue. David, thank you. Doug Collins, will you stand up? Come on. How good was this guy? That's fantastic. See, I'm glad I spotted him. I would have been in big trouble if I didn't mention him. I'm glad. You know, they give me a few names. Who the hell writes these lists out? These people, somebody's getting me in big trouble. It wasn't that way when I had Brian Jack doing this, I'll tell you. I got lucky. And I see somebody that I know very well, one of the truly great members of the Martin Luther King family, one of the greats. Will you please stand up? I didn't see you. My friend from the beginning, I would have been in such trouble. If I didn't mention you, I would have been in big trouble. Thank you, darling. One of the truly great people. And been with us from the very beginning, I would say, right? Very beginning. Thank you, darling. Boy, am I glad I'm looking over this audience. I don't like this. I'm telling you, this would not have happened if Brian Jack were doing it, which he did for many years. Agriculture Commissioner's done a fantastic job. Tyler Harper. Tyler, thank you very much. Fantastic. Thank you. And John King, Insurance and Safety Fire Commissioner. John, thank you. Great job, John. Labor Commissioner Bruce Thompson. Bruce? Thank you, Bruce. Public Service Commissioners, Bubba. I love Bubba McDonald. I love that name. I want to change my name. And Fitz Johnson. Thank you both. Thank you both. And Elvita. Good. They did have your name down, Elvita. I would have been in trouble if I didn't pick, but I picked it even with. And Richard Wood, Superintendent of Schools, who I hear does a great job. Richard, thank you. Thank you, Richard. Pastor Benny Tate of the Rock Springs Church. Benny, thank you. Bernie Carrick. Does anybody know Bernie Carrick? Where's Bernie? Stand up, Bernie. He's the cleanest man in this room. You know that. Bernie's a great guy. He was a great commissioner in New York. He's a fantastic man. A well-known local artist with a beautiful painting, Art Lanta. Where is Art? Oh, wow. That is beautiful. I wasn't going to bring him up. Then I saw the painting. I said, come on up, because maybe he'll give it to me. Wow. Come on up. That's okay. Is that good? Thank you very much. Wow, that's fantastic. Wow. Whoa. Good. That's a real artist. I brought him up because I thought he was going to give it to me. He didn't give it to me. He just got me to sign it. I got nothing out of that. Hey, Michaela, I know you spoke. Just come up for a second. Come here. This young woman, I walked into, I don't know what the hell restaurant it was, but I walked into this restaurant. And we do it very quietly. We don't announce it. That's for, security reasons, everything. I walked in. She's behind the counter, and she didn't know I was coming. And she goes, it's President Trump. She looks at me. It's President Trump. You saved my college. And I said, how the hell do you know that? She said, this one is so smart, so sharp. She grabbed me. She gave me a kiss. I said, I think I'm never going back home to the First Lady.
You were supposed to keep that quiet.
See, now, for the average politician, that's death. For me, I don't care. I just want to tell you, you are an unbelievable person with a great personality. You lit up the whole room. You lit up the whole room. I said, weeks later, I'd go, who is that person that was so incredible? She knew everything about me. She had no idea I was coming. She knew everything about me. And, the historically black colleges and universities I gave millions and millions, billions of dollars to. They kept coming back, and I said, why are you doing this? And we gave them long-term funding. And she knew that because she said her college, she loved her college. She said it was so great, right? You loved it.
The illustrious CAU.
Yeah, that's right. She loved her college, and she said, you saved my college. What was your college? Tell them.
The illustrious Clark Atlanta University.
And it was so impressive, and I felt so good because she really did. She really said, I said, did you like the college? She said, no, I loved that school. I loved that college, and that's what it's all about. But you are an incredible person. I think you have a tremendous future. I really do. And I'll do whatever I can to help you, okay? Thank you, Dan. Thank you very much for your help. Great job. You want to say something else?
You know, I thought I was done. But I do want to add on to some of the remarks that were made by others, and we do need to do our best to get the message out there. The fight is nothing if all we do is talk about it amongst ourselves. So with that being said, since you said you'd help me, shameless plug, if y'all need anybody to knock doors, make phone calls, wave signs, get people out to the polls, call me at Conserve the Culture. Because not only do I mobilize the HBCU students so that they may get this message, but I'm the best person when it comes to black engagement in the black community. And nobody needs this message more than my folks. So do y'all care for real? Are y'all with us for real? ConserveTheCulture.com for any and all inquiries. Y'all can follow me at Miss Kayla, baby. I'm going to give it back to Big T. And last thing, make sure you guys tune in to my podcast dropping soon on the Patriots Prayer Network. Thank you all.
She's great. Thank you. That's a great person, great woman. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. From the moment we take back the White House from Kamala and Crooked Joe, and he's crooked as a $4 bill, I believe we're going to have the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. Starting on day one, we will end inflation and make America affordable again. We're going to make it affordable again. Thanks to Kamala Harris's tie-breaking vote here in Atlanta, you suffered the highest inflation of any city in the country last year. Good job, Governor. Great job, Governor. Under Kamala, the typical Georgia family has lost $28,000 in inflation and to inflation hikes. To bring down the prices of all goods, we will stop the Biden-Harris war on American energy. American energy is such a big deal. We will drill, baby, drill. We'll get that number down. We'll bring energy prices down. Everything else will float with it. We will terminate the Green New Scam, and I will end the Biden-Harris electric vehicle mandate right on day one. It will be ended. We will pass massive tax cuts for workers, and that includes no tax on tips, Michaela. To further protect Georgia workers, I will revoke China's most favored nation's trade status. I will pass the Trump Reciprocal Trade Act. If China or any other country makes us pay a 100 or 200% tariff, we will make them pay a reciprocal tariff of 100 or 200% right back. You heard us, we heard you. It's an eye for an eye. We'll take in a fortune, and they'll stop doing it before I even arrive at the Oval Office shortly after we win the presidency. I will have the horrible war between Russia and Ukraine settled, and I will prevent, and I'm the only one that's going to do it, 100% will prevent World War III, which is very close to happening. I will restore peace through strength, and in my next term, we will build a great Iron Dome missile defense shield over our country. A dome like none other, like nobody has ever seen before, and it will all be made in the USA, and much of it will be made in the great state of Georgia. And I will not cut 1 cent from Social Security or Medicare. I kept that promise 4 years ago, and I will keep it again. And seniors will not pay taxes on Social Security. We are going to rebuild our cities into beacons of hope, safety, and beauty better than they have ever been before. We will take over the horribly run capital of our nation in Washington, D.C., and clean it up, renovate it, rebuild our capital city so there's no longer a nightmare of murder and crime. We're going to stop the murder and crime. You go down from your state, you end up getting mugged, murdered in our capital. It'll be run tough and strong by our great police officers, but rather, we will become the most beautiful capital anywhere in the world. I could say again, but it's been so badly run for so long, I almost don't want to say again. On day one, I will sign a new executive order to cut federal funding for any school pushing critical race theory, transgender insanity, and other inappropriate racial, sexual, or political content onto the shoulders of our children. And I will not give 1 penny to any school that has a vaccine mandate or a mask mandate. And I will keep men out of women's sports, if that's okay. If Kamala Harris gets in, the travesty that is taking place at the Paris Olympics will come to America when we host the Los Angeles Olympics. And by the way, which I was president, we happened to get it. I was the president. I also got you a thing called the World Cup, which is coming very soon. I might as well say it myself because nobody else will say it. But I got them both, and you're going to have a lot of fun with it, I hope. Harris is a radical trans activist, and she is the candidate of letting men beat up women in the name of tolerance. But you look at what's happening over in Paris. It will never happen here. I will never let it happen. I will get all males off your daughter's soccer teams and volleyball teams and get them out of your locker rooms once and for all. That's going to be cleaned up, and we will fight to make sure that the LA Olympics protects women and protects girls. I will fully uphold the Second Amendment, and we will protect innocent life, and we will restore free speech in our country. We don't have free speech any longer. And very importantly, I will, and this is so, to me, so important, what we've been through in this country, I will secure our elections. Our goal will be one-day voting with paper ballots, proof of citizenship, and voter ID. But until then, Republicans must win. We want a landslide that's too big to rig. Too big to rig. If you want to save America, get your friends, get your family, get everyone you know and vote. Vote early, vote absentee, vote on election day. Do whatever you want, but you have to vote. And if you want to help us ensure election integrity, please sign up, protectthevote.com. Protectthevote.com. So, in conclusion, from Marietta to Macon, from Savannah to Columbus, from Augusta to right here in Atlanta, we inherit the legacy of red-blooded American patriots who gave their blood, sweat, and tears to defend our country and defend our freedom. We stand on the shoulders of American heroes who crossed the ocean, settled the continent, tamed the wilderness, laid down the railroads, raised up those great, big, beautiful skyscrapers, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and made America into the single greatest nation in the history of the world. But now we are a nation in decline. We are a failing nation. We are a nation that has lost its confidence, lost its willpower, and lost its strength. We are a nation that has lost its way. But we are not going to allow this horror to continue. Less than 4 years ago, we were a great nation, and we will soon be a great nation again. With our leadership, every disaster, Kamala Harris and Joe Biden have created can be fixed, and it will be fixed very quickly. Every problem can be solved, and every wrong can be rectified. By this time next year, America's borders will be strong, sealed, and secure. Inflation will be in full retreat. Our economy will be roaring back. It's going to be roaring back. Optimism will be surging. The American dream will be thriving again for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. Law and justice will reign all throughout our land. Freedom will be restored. The flame of liberty will be burning bright. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, the worst administration in the history of our country, will be a fading memory of the past. And our great silent majority, including the once forgotten men and women of our country, will be the one shaping America's magnificent future when I am the 47th President of the United States. Because we are all Americans, and together we will show November 5th to be the most important day in the history of our country. We are one movement, one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God, and together we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. We will make America free again. And we will make America great again. Thank you, Georgia. God bless you all. Go out and vote. God bless you all. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.